Chapter 871. Ha ha ha. Han Fei was smirking. This was even better than the 9 Mansions dragon seal. If the enemy was caught unprepared, he could imagine the look of constipation on the enemy's face. However, it wasn't enough. There was still a long way to go before he fully grasped it. After he fully grasped it, Han Fei had no doubt that the law of gravity could give him millions of kilograms of force. 7 days passed. Han Fei's understanding of the law of gravity reached 90%. Sure enough, it's getting harder and harder. I've been stuck at the last 10% for a day. Meow. Han Fei, are you home? Han Fei thought for a moment. He hadn't shown up for 7 days. It was time to show up. Anyway, he hadn't fully grasped the incomplete law of gravity yet, so he might as well take a rest. Han Fei waved his hand, and the clouds dispersed. He saw Big Yellow and Qing Qin squatting on the wall of his house. Big Yellow asked, "Are you making breakfast?" Qing Qin nodded quickly and asked, "Are you?" Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "Yes. Come in." Meow. Qing Qin landed in the yard, only to find that the green stone floor of Han Fei's house had turned into a sand floor. There were even big pits in some places. Qing Qin asked in surprise, "Huh? Han Fei, is sand better than bricks in the yard?" Big Yellow, on the other hand, paced gracefully on the sand floor and raised his feet from time to time. "I don't like sand. It gets into my hair." Han Fei was speechless. "Do you know what level you are? Are you afraid of sand?" Han Fei took out the pot and seafood and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just want to change my taste. I've been cultivating in seclusion recently." Qing Qin asked in surprise, "What did you learn?" Han Fei pretended to be sad and said, "What do you think about the changes in gravity in this world? What about the unpredictable changes of 10 times the gravity and 100 times the gravity? How can you experience such changes?" Qing Qin looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. "Gravity? Why do you care about gravity? Why don't you just climb the Empyrean waterfall?" "Huh?" Han Fei asked in surprise. "What does climbing the Mystic Heaven waterfall have to do with gravity?" Qing Qin said with a smile, "Feel the surging tides of gravity. Don't be fooled by the waterfall. Different speeds, different rhythms, and different postures will give you a different feeling." "Meow, I want to eat big fish. Can you talk after you finish eating?" Han Fei was stunned by Qing Qin's words. Climbing the Empyrean waterfall would do? With that said, knife light flashed in Han Fei's hand, and a pot of hot pot was made. Qing Qin and Big Yellow were about to have dinner when Han Fei said, "You eat. I'm going to climb the Empyrean waterfall." Qing Qin cried out, "Don't! It's the same to climb after eating." Han Fei said without looking back, "I'm impatient. I can't wait." A moment later, Han Fei stood at the edge of the pool. Before he climbed up, a voice sounded in his head, "Do you have anything to trade?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Senior, I don't have demonic stones anymore." "Sigh, I'll think of something later." Hearing that Han Fei had nothing, the big turtle didn't even respond to him and just fell silent. Han Fei didn't care. He had the Phoenix Spirit Ginseng. However, it was impossible for him to exchange it with the old turtle so early in the morning. Even if he wanted to trade, he had to do it in the dead of night. With a thought, Han Fei unfolded the wings on his back and rushed into the waterfall with a swish. With a bang, Han Fei was smashed into the bottom of the waterfall. Han Fei couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He wondered if anyone saw him. The force of impact of a waterfall was related to the height of the waterfall, the flow of water, and the density of the water. In a situation where he was not used to it, he directly rushed into it without any support. It was only natural that he would be smashed into the pool. However, this was the only time. Han Fei pulled the stone and quickly jumped up against the waterfall. During the process, Han Fei sensed that incessant power was bombarding his body. Impact. However, it can also simulate gravity. Did I always think that gravity was the same after I performed the law of gravity? No, it has to change. Han Fei felt that it was heavy one moment and light the next. After all, the water flow was not always the same. The precipitation of the waterfall allowed Han Fei to roughly feel the slight changes in the impact. It was exactly because of these slight changes that it was difficult for people to adapt to easily and simply making it difficult for them to grasp the amount of power. So that's how it is. It should be enough for me to comprehend the law of gravity to 95%. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Qing Qin is quite knowledgeable. A casual remark from him was worth a whole day of hard thinking. However, it's not enough. There seems to be something missing. The imbalance of power is to make the enemy unable to adapt quickly. What about me? I'd better not be affected by this law. He could do that right now. Or is there something missing? Han Fei climbed all the way up. After a while, he finally climbed to the top of the waterfall. Han Fei had never paid attention to it before. At this moment, he was a little curious about where the water came from. However, when he reached the top of the waterfall, he found that there was another layer. It was a huge water outlet of a karst cave, and torrents of water gushed out of it with a crashing sound. Han Fei was shocked. Where does this cave lead to? How about it? Isn't it spectacular? The power of water is actually beyond our imagination. Although this torrent is not a monstrous wave or a big river, you can't cut it open with one strike. Qing Qin had finished eating and had already run over. Facing the violent torrent, he threw a punch, causing the torrent to fall back. Of course, what he faced next was naturally an even fiercer torrent. Qing Qin said, "The power of nature is very terrifying. The most terrifying thing is the unpredictable changes of nature. It's much easier to temper your body in this environment. Do you want to have a try?" Unpredictable changes? Han Fei froze and suddenly grinned. "Thanks, brother." Qing Qin. Han Fei rushed to the cliff of the Empyrean waterfall and jumped down from the sky. Before Han Fei fell, he heard Big Yellow shouting, "Don't fall down! Don't fall down! You're scaring the fish away." Han Fei, hula! The phantom glass wings spread out, raising 2 waves of wind. Han Fei drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew straight home. A moment later, clouds and mist enshrouded the place, and all sounds were blocked. Han Fei grinned. The most unpredictable change is that even you don't know how the gravity changes. In this way, the enemy can adapt to it. Han Fei turned his hand, and a terrifying force fell, shaking the ground in an abnormal way. Han Fei closed his eyes. He had fully comprehended the incomplete law of gravity. Immediately, his face was full of smiles. This was the power that the law should have. Han Fei applied the law of gravity to himself, and his face immediately turned livid. Han Fei staggered, pulled by a messy force, and couldn't control his body at all. Han Fei hurried to restore the gravity to normal and felt it carefully. It was about 2 million kilograms, less than 3 million kilograms. This power was similar to his current physical strength. Sure enough, even I can't resist the power of vibration, because there's nowhere to resist it. Overlord's technique. Rumble. Just like that, the door of Han Fei's house collapsed. With a bang, the barrier that Han Fei set up was smashed by someone, and he was so scared that he immediately withdrew the law of gravity. For a moment, all kinds of voices were cursing. "Han Fei, look at what you've done. Han Fei, are you demolishing my house?" "Han Fei, stop. My house is about to collapse because of you. Meow, all my fish are running away." For a moment, dozens of voices fell into Han Fei's ears. Among them, there was a large vine that shot out from the void. There were even a few bright flowers hanging on it. It was Yui who was angry. The girl who had always been the most gentle in Han Fei's eyes was going to slap him with the vine. With a swish, Han Fei appeared 100 meters in the sky. Then he saw a crack on the ground in front of his house, which made him click his tongue. Han Fei quickly shouted, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." I was in seclusion and didn't do a good job. Next door, Granny Eanes said leisurely, "You're responsible for repairing the road. Next time you do these dangerous things, find a place where no one is around to do them." Nangong Xian, who had been in seclusion, cursed. "None of the young people these days are easy to deal with. If this goes on, the Empyrean waterfall may collapse one day." Han Fei dared not speak. The big vine was still chasing him. Yui said angrily, "I destroyed half of my garden, and you still want to run away?" Bam! Han Fei's house was crushed to the ground by a vine, which made Han Fei's blood freeze. Hey, hey, hey! Don't get excited. You have to be a quiet, beautiful girl." Yui roared, "What do you mean by that?" All of a sudden, 10 big vines appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Han Fei immediately took out his fishing boat and swished away. This was because he saw an incomparably huge cat pouncing over from midair. After a moment. Chapter 872. Han Fei had planned to practice the cosmic sword technique for a while. Now even Yui, who had a good temper, wanted to slap him to death. He couldn't cultivate in the Empyrean waterfall for a while. After wandering around, Han Fei didn't find Zhang Xuanyu. He said that the guy had gone to sea. As for Quang Quang, he decided not to look for him for now. This guy must be looking for a critical moment for a breakthrough. As for Little White, thinking of how solemn Little White was all the time, Han Fei thought to himself, forget it. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find anyone. Where should he go? Han Fei thought for a moment and felt that his strength had improved a lot recently. Although the cosmic sword hadn't recognized him as its master yet, he still had a lot of room for improvement. However, strength had to be honed. Maybe he should go to the Scattered Stars first unit and see if there were any quests for him? Han Fei thought about it and felt that it was a good idea. The Scattered Stars first unit had quests to explore treasure troves or something. If he could dig out a relic, it would be a great deal. Thinking about that, Han Fei swooshed around and flew straight to the Scattered Stars 7th unit. A moment later, before Han Fei landed, he happened to see Bei Hu flying over with Guan Qingyan and Mu Jia waved her hand and shouted when she saw Han Fei. "Liar, this way, Han Fei." In the yard, Bei Hu looked at Han Fei weirdly and said thoughtfully, "Han Fei, you've been absent for a long time. According to your current star waste token, you still owe 1,082 supreme grade spirit weapons for the task of refining. Now that you're back, come with me." Han Fei immediately sweated. "No, don't. I'm here for a quest from the Scattered Stars first unit." Bei Hu chuckled. "It's fine. I'll tell Liang Tian that your quests are empty. The 4th unit has been very busy recently. We have to refine divine weapons and a lot of ultra-quality spiritual weapons. You're fast. You can take the lead." Han Fei didn't feel good. "What do you mean I can take the lead? I'm here for quests." Han Fei immediately had an idea. "Hey, well, Senior Bei Hu, I've got something else to do. Pa." Bei Hu put a hand on Han Fei's shoulder. "Let's go. Still want to run? You've been back for so many days, but you haven't even come back once. If you don't finish this refining task, how can you live up to your star waste tag?" Mu Jia snickered and made a face at Han Fei. Guan Qingyan said indifferently, "Brother Han, we've made a major breakthrough in refining divine weapons. According to Jia Er's idea, we've cooperated with some array masters on the Scattered Stars Island and can produce some divine weapons in batches." Han Fei frowned. "What does it have to do with me?" Han Fei was dragged into the Scattered Stars 4th unit by Bei Hu before he entered the gate of the Scattered Stars first unit. This caused his entire face to droop. If he had known this would be the result, he wouldn't have come. Hardly had Han Fei entered the 4th unit when he found that strange lights were emitting from every refining room. The entire space of the 4 divisions was surging with heat waves. It seemed that it was indeed very busy. As for acquaintances, Xia Qingqing and Gu Nen were sitting in a corner of the refining hall. At this moment, The two of them were secretly talking about something. When Han Fei came in, the two of them were still groping. Ah! Both of them straightened their bodies when they saw that someone was here. Gu Nan said solemnly, "Qing, I think there's another way to increase the success rate of refining." Beihua was as gentle as before. He looked at them with a smile and said, "Gunan, have you finished your task?" Gunan hummed and said, "Boss, I'm just taking a break to relax." "Okay, I'm going to refine." Then Gunan greeted Han Fei and said, "Welcome back. You have a lot of tasks. Keep it up." Han Fei. Xia Qingqing, on the other hand, asked in surprise, "Han Fei, you're back? Do you know how many tasks you owe? We're the ones who are helping you out." "No, I'm going to take a break for a few days." "You'll take over." Han Fei was rather scared. 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons? Even if he refined 200 of them a day, it would still take him 5 days to refine them all. "No, I have to find a way to decline this task." Suddenly, Han Fei had an idea. Oh, Senior Beihua, I learned some weird arrays when I went to sea. I have a conjecture. Maybe we can easily forge semi-divine weapons without the help of array masters. Guan Qingyan suddenly looked at Han Fei. "Brother Han, what's your hypothesis?" Beihua asked curiously, "What is it?" "The solution that Jia proposed is already a major breakthrough. Are you sure there's a better idea than that?" Han Fei nodded quickly. "That's right. Since arrays can be refined as weapons, why don't we imprint the arrays on an independent forging mold? In such a way, as long as the materials are right, semi-divine weapons can be produced easily. Although they're standard weapons, they're still semi-divine weapons." Beihua asked in confusion, "Huh? Your idea is quite similar to the refining divine platform on the sea demon side." Han Fei was shocked. Beihua knew about the refining divine platform. Shouldn't such a thing only exist in the 10,000 Demon Valley? How did Beihua and the others know about it? Beihua said, however, the arrays have to be carved very carefully. If you can really make them, you'll be able to get a 4-star refiner's certificate immediately. You can even get a 5-star refiner's certificate. Guan Qingyan nodded. "Brother Han, I think it's a good idea. However, wouldn't that kind of formation be very complicated?" Han Fei said with a smile, "As I said, I've learned a lot of arrays in the outer sea. Maybe I can give it a try." Mu Jia narrowed her eyes and said, "We're already 4-star refiners." Han Fei asked in shock, "You?" Mu Jia nodded quickly. Yes. Think about how long you've been in the outer sea. It would be a shame if we didn't become 4-star refiners after such a long time." Xia Qingqing, who wasn't far away, was helpless. "Has it been a long time?" Han Fei said with a dry smile, "Well, I think I need to think about it for a couple of days. How about this? I'll spend a few days in seclusion in the 4th unit and put my idea into practice." Beihua was briefly stunned. It's not easy to turn down such a request. Xia Qingqing immediately shouted, Hey! Where are the refining quests?" Han Fei said solemnly, "Sister Qingqing, there's no way to finish refining. Only by continuously forging ahead and painstakingly studying in the path of weapon refinement would one be able to carry forward the path of weapon refinement. Was a mere 1,000 or so supreme-grade spiritual weapons really that important? They're not important at all compared to a great conjecture." As he talked, Han Fei walked into the cave solemnly. "Senior Beihua, I'll be in seclusion for a few days. Don't disturb me." Beihua thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, as long as you stay here and don't run away." Guan Qingyan said, "Brother Han, I think we can discuss it." Han Fei hurried to stop him. "Don't. I'm still sorting out my thoughts. If you want to discuss it, you can wait until I'm done." Han Fei finally found a refining workshop. After he crawled in, he sealed the door. "Whew, that scared me. You want me to refine weapons? No way. Well, I need to study the cosmic sword technique. What refining divine platform. The arrays on that thing could indeed be studied. In terms of arrays, the arrays for refining demonic weapons should be different from those for human beings. How could they be studied in a day or two? Even though he had learned the arrays in the spirit-gathering scripture, it was impossible to draw a refining divine platform that could be used to refine semi-divine weapons. That was definitely not an easy task. At least 100 arrays needed to be integrated and interconnected. For the interconnecting arrays, Han Fei could only draw a fusion array of a dozen arrays at the moment. The more arrays he fused, the more factors he needed to consider. The degree of difficulty increased exponentially. Of course, if Han Fei didn't draw the arrays himself, he could indeed fuse the arrays on the refining divine platform. However, he was not in a hurry. Old Jiang and Jiang Qin were both eager to improve his strength. At this moment, it would be a waste of time to study arrays. Therefore, Han Fei directly took out the cosmic sword instead of the refining divine platform. With a thought from Han Fei, a jade slip floated out of the cosmic sword, which was exactly the cosmic sword technique that Shu Shan had mentioned. After a while, information popped up in Han Fei's mind. Cosmic sword technique, heaven level, divine quality, introduction. This is a powerful sword technique created by our ancestors that can borrow the momentum of heaven and earth. This sword technique is as domineering as a knife, and the sword technique can cut the sky and split the sea. It can only attack but not defend. The cultivator must have the momentum to move forward bravely. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost. 050,000,000 note. This sword technique is not perfect due to the lack of understanding of borrowing momentum. After reading the cosmic sword technique, Han Fei felt that this sword technique was more like a kind of knife technique, invincible and domineering. It was also like a boxing technique, fierce and unparalleled. But it was a sword technique? Han Fei frowned. He still had to learn it. He had dabbled in bout techniques, knife techniques, rod techniques, seal techniques, and boxing techniques, so he didn't need to practice a sword technique. How should he become a hidden fisher? Han Fei didn't have a clear idea yet. However, recently he had been learning more and more combat skills, all of which were top-level combat skills. It was as if there was a mysterious force pushing him to do all of this. Could it be that my path is related to combat skills? No, I just happen to encounter these combat skills, and they are not difficult to learn. Well, it should have nothing to do with my path. I have to continue to find my path and learn combat skills. However, when Han Fei glanced at the cosmic sword, for some reason he was a little reluctant to let this sword recognize him as its master. Chapter 873. The Qiankuan sword technique strength was reflected in 3 aspects, namely, the creator of the cosmic sword technique didn't have a thorough understanding of the natural momentum of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was not good enough in this aspect. But for ordinary people, it was already a miraculous technique. Domineering. In fact, in terms of domineering, Han Fei had already understood the concept of the cosmic sword technique when he learned the sacrificing punch. Besides, he had the art of invincibility, so it was relatively easy for Han Fei. Speed. Another feature of the cosmic sword technique was speed, which was something that swordsmen always paid attention to. For example, Wu Ming's sword. Even if Han Fei performed the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance to the extreme, he couldn't be faster than his sword. For example, Zhang Xuanyu's momentary time. If it was the instant mystic spear, it would be fine, but if it was the momentary time, Han Fei felt that he wouldn't be able to dodge it. That spear even changed the law of time, and the range was extremely small, but it was still not something that he could keep up with his current speed. For example, Yi Baiyu's pure speed. That guy was publicly acknowledged to be the fastest among his peers. Han Fei had calculated that even with the Overlord's technique and the agility of wind of the Phantom Glass Wings, he would still be slightly slower than Yi Baiyu in terms of speed. unless the agility of wind could increase his speed by 5 times. Combining the above 3 points, what Han Fei actually lacked was speed. In terms of taking advantage of the momentum, Han Fei could now take advantage of the momentum of the wind. After all, the phantom glass wings were not just for show. In 3 days, Han Fei had understood about 60% to 70% of the usage of the cosmic sword technique. It was not that Han Fei was fast, but because he had many combat skills. And no matter what combat skills, there would always be something in common. When a person dabbled in enough battle skills and was skilled enough, they would be able to quickly master any battle skill they obtained. Of course, mastery was mastery, mastery was mastery, and mastery was mastery. Han Fei thought that he was now at the level of mastery, which was slightly weaker than the level of mastery, but not too much. Phew, it's a pity that I can't practice in the refining room. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem for me to master it. If I can fight with Wu Ming often, my swordsmanship should be extraordinary. Han Fei was about to go out, but then he thought no. He couldn't possibly say that he hadn't researched anything in the past few days, could he? If that happened, Beihe wouldn't know what to say. Han Fei took out the semi-divine, refining divine platform from Forge the Universe. Boom! The refining divine platform landed on the ground. Looking at the complicated carvings on the entire stone platform, Han Fei felt his blood freeze. Tisk, could it be that the Myriad Demon Valley also has a formation genius? Can they carve out such a complicated array? Han Fei took out a large pile of fish skins and began to study the refining divine platform that was nearly 4 meters long. 1 day later, yes, it was basically confirmed. There were at least 300 interconnected array formations on the artifact refining divine platform. What a genius! He actually used spirit refinement to mobilize the spiritual qi stored in the divine refining pedestal and urge the essence of the materials to fuse with each other. No, it's still lacking a bit. There's still a gravitational formation to compress the essence of the materials. Yes, there's also the micro-refining formation, which will refine the weapon a second time after it's formed. 2 days later, Han Fei disassembled more than 200 arrays of various sizes on the fish skins, and they were all numbered. No, it's still lacking a bit. I don't know some of the arrays, but I've come up with my own ideas and frameworks. But if the core array is missing, I won't be able to explain it. After thinking for a long time, arrays flashed through his mind one by one. Many arrays were disassembled in Han Fei's mind. Yes, in this step, the array to increase the pressure needs to penetrate naturally from the mold. I can't force it, but it seems to be replaceable. There's also this step, the second micro-refining. It's not real quenching, but just to make the materials more closely combined. To drain the residual spiritual energy in the weapon, I can carve multiple small spirit gathering arrays on the refining divine platform, which will then be used for pumping. On the 6th day after Han Fei entered the refining room, the seal on the door was opened. As soon as he went out, Han Fei saw Guan Qingyan holding a fish skin map in one hand and a pen in the other, drawing something outside his refining room. Han Fei was shocked. "Hey, old Guan, are you trying to scare me? What are you doing here?" Seeing Han Fei come out, Guan Qingyan smiled stiffly. He put down the fish skin map and said, "I was waiting for you to sort out your thoughts. Since I have nothing to do, I decided to study arrays." Han Fei was lost for words. "I didn't run away. Do you have to sit at the door of the room?" Han Fei sighed. "The difficulty of this matter is beyond my imagination." Guan Qingyan's eyes slightly dimmed. It seems that there's no result. But then Han Fei said, "I've been studying tirelessly for the past few days. Finally, with my unremitting efforts, I've come up with a reasonable and feasible solution." Guan Qingyan's aura fluctuated. "Didn't you just say that the difficulty was beyond your imagination? How come it's feasible now?" Guan Qingyan said, "Wait a moment. I'll call Senior Beihua and the others back. After that, Guan Qingyan said a few words to the token. After only half an hour, Mu Jia, or Beihua, the 5-star refiner Yusu, and Li Yunfei, the leader of the refining hall in the central city, arrived together. Mu Jia said happily, "Where are they? Have you found anything? How about it? Is it feasible?" The big shots had all come. The people who were refining in the Scattered Stars 4th unit all walked out of their refining rooms, wondering what was going on today. Why would 2 5-star blacksmiths come here? A moment later, Han Fei was surrounded. Dozens of people appeared in the refining hall of the Scattered Stars 4th unit. Han Fei looked at these people in shock and then at Guan Qingyan. He said helplessly, "Well, did you misunderstand me? I actually just had an idea, but I didn't say that I could make it." Beihua, on the other hand, said, "It's already commendable enough to have a perfect idea in refining. Besides, is this the idea of refining semi-divine weapons?" Li Yunfei also nodded casually. "Since you said that you had the idea of mass-producing semi-divine weapons, we had to come this time." Elder Yusu smiled. "Han Fei, it's time for you to become a 4-star refiner. I've brought you the certificate of a 4-star refiner. As long as the plan is feasible, this will be one of the rewards." Han Fei swallowed. He had underestimated a refiner's dedication to refining. He was not a qualified blacksmith, and he had never thought that he would be able to make a name for himself in the field of blacksmithing. But for others, especially these crafting maniacs, crafting was their life. Any conjecture was worthy of their great attention. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, please come and take a look." Leading everyone to the conference table in the refining hall, Han Fei took out nearly 300 fish skin drawings, as well as a strange cylindrical object with a strange shape and structure. Not only did Han Fei unhurriedly spread the fish skin drawings on the table, on the floor, and on the wall, he also hung a bunch of them. He said leisurely, "Everyone, Mu Jia, and Guan Qingyan proposed to refine the array into a part of the weapon. Only by combining them can semi-divine weapons be made. At present, this method has begun to work. However, the cost of this method is not simple. In particular, there was a huge demand for formations, and the standards of the refiners were also extremely high. If the arrays can't be completely replicated, the failure rate won't be low." Guan Qingyan nodded. "Yes, the failure rate is very high, which is being improved." Beihua added, "This is related to the refiner's level. Failure is inevitable." Han Fei smiled. "Not necessarily. Semi-divine weapons are made of ultra-quality spiritual weapons, with a small amount of advanced materials or with arrays. The key lies in the formation step. We are now refining the formation into a weapon. However, if we change our way of thinking, we can brand arrays on molds and imprint them on weapons through molds. In this way, there is no need for the refiner to study the formation and refine the formation." Elder Yu Su frowned and said, "That's true. Then are all your diagrams formation diagrams used to make molds?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes. If we want to make molds, we have to explain the manufacturing principles." Han Fei continued, "First of all, leaving aside the array imprints, semi-divine weapons are ultra-quality spiritual weapons, and there are too many people who can refine ultra-quality spiritual weapons. In this way, the 2 steps of spirit melting and spirit polishing can be completed manually. In the 3rd step, spirit polishing, we have to give both the spirit polishing and the array imprints to molds. In this way, we have to make the molds have the ability to spirit polishing." Han Fei looked like a scientist and pulled out a fish skin drawing from time to time. "Look, this is the step of spirit polishing. We've refined the essence of the materials artificially, and spirit polishing is to strengthen the fusion of the materials, with this spirit gathering array as the foundation and, according to, well, it will take about 83 arrays to complete this step. Isn't it simple?" Everyone, only a dozen people nodded, but none of them thought it was simple. Han Fei said, Spirit polishing is simple, but the difficulty lies in the array imprints. Human beings have 5 major professions, and according to different professions, we have to give 5 different ways to fuse arrays. I've already drawn them here. However, I can only fuse a dozen arrays at most, which may not be enough. Look, we have to channel the spiritual energy into the weapon that is being tempered instead of the outside. Blah, blah, blah. This step is actually not bad, right? Everyone. Han Fei took a breath and said, "The next step is the second tempering, which I call micro-tempering." Blah, 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 everyone. In the end, Han Fei pointed at the mold that he had drawn and said, "This mold, after days of tireless, painstaking study and forgetting to eat and sleep, has finally been constructed under my unremitting efforts." Blah, blah. Guan Qingyan looked at Han Fei in a daze. "Can't you say something else?" In the end, Han Fei's perfect explanation, which lasted nearly half an hour. At least he felt that it was perfect, with the divine refining platform right in front of him. If he still couldn't come up with a decent plan, he would be too incompetent. Under everyone's dumbfounded and confused gaze, Han Fei said leisurely, "So here's the thing. I've given the plan. Although some of the arrays in it still need to be solved, they are beyond my knowledge of arrays. I'll have to trouble you with this." Everyone was silent for a long time. Suddenly someone said, "Well, Han Fei, I don't seem to understand. Can you repeat it?" Chapter 874. Han Fei looked at the refiners in a daze. All the refiners looked at Han Fei in a daze. In the end, Yu Su said unhurriedly, "There's no need to repeat it. Those who can understand it can understand it. Those who don't, it's useless to repeat it again." Han Fei's mold plan involves a lot of knowledge about arrays. It's hard for those who don't have a foundation in arrays to understand the combination of 300 arrays. Li Yunfei nodded too. "That's right. However, Han Fei, there are a few problems in your plan." Han Fei grinned. He didn't need to repeat it. He immediately said, "Senior, please go ahead." Li Yunfei said, "In the stage of spirit polishing, the compression and absorption of the spiritual energy of the few arrays are not enough to condense the essence of the materials." Han Fei said, "That's the key to the spirit polishing stage. My current arrays are not enough for me to take care of that, but someone else can." Li Yunfei nodded. "It's indeed troublesome to fuse the arrays of the 5 professions. Aren't there too few arrays here? You've only fused defensive arrays." Han Fei said with a smile, "Of course not. In my opinion, standard weapons can't meet the requirements of so many people. What we want is a balance. There are no obvious shortcomings in any aspect. That's enough." Li Yunfei nodded. "Okay, I'll take care of it in person." Beihua asked, "What's the purpose of the second polishing?" Han Fei said, "To make the characteristics of the semi-divine weapons more stable. This step is indispensable. Without it, it's impossible for the weapons to reach the level of semi-divine weapons." Beihua said, "The technique seems simpler." Han Fei said, "I can't draw anything that's too difficult." Mu Jia was stunned. "I still don't understand." Guan Qingyan, on the other hand, had begun collecting Han Fei's fish skin drawings. "It's quite logical. If we follow this idea, the success rate can almost reach 100% as long as the mold is completed. It's marvelous." In the end, Yu Su laughed and said, "It's a good idea, although a lot of things need to be considered. There's no problem with the direction. It's worth a try." As he talked, Yu Su threw the 4-star refiner certificate to Han Fei and said, "Han Fei, you're already qualified to be a 4-star refiner based on this idea alone." Han Fei grinned. "What about 5 stars?" Yu Su smiled. "If you can forge this mold, I'll give you my 5-star tool refinement certificate right now." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I'd better wait a little longer." Han Fei thought to himself, "Hee, it's just a divine weapon. I can already refine one now, but it's made with the demon purification pot. but my success rate with supreme-grade spiritual weapons is 100%. By logic, if it weren't for the demon purification pot, he would have been qualified to be a 5-star refiner. Yu Su said, Han Fei, you should be a 4-star refiner, right? Besides that, what else do you want? Han Fei immediately said, While I'm away, I don't have to refine more than 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons, do I? Immediately, Xie Qingqing and the others looked at Han Fei maliciously. This be *starred. Did he come up with this mold idea just to slack off? Yu Su calculated for a moment. Yes, more than 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons with sealed souls are worth at least 30 to 40 million points. I'll make the decision. You don't have to refine any more. Han Fei said again, Well, I'm short of money recently. It would be great if I could have 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring or something. Ha ha ha, pooh. Yu Su lost his balance. Fortunately, Li Yunfei was there to support him. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have fallen to the ground in fright. Bei Hu said quickly, Han Fei, spiritual spring is quite rare too. Forget it. 5 million points of credit. What do you want? You can buy it from the logistics division. Li Yunfei also said that's right. Although your idea is not bad, you can have 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring if it's completed. But you haven't done it yet. Besides, you've just received a 4-star refiner certificate and cancelled out a year's worth of tasks. Bei Hua has done his best to have 5 million points of credit. Han Fei secretly thought to himself, if you can build your own refining divine platform, it will be invaluable. Forget it. I'm not a petty person. I can have 5 million points of credit. That's enough. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he had given 5 million points of credit to Lu Renquang. This guy had been collecting spiritual fruits for him. He wondered how the collection was going. Unfortunately, Lu Renquang should be at the critical moment of a breakthrough. He wouldn't go to him. Anyway, he didn't lack anything for now. The reason why he asked Lu Renquang to prepare so many spiritual fruits for him was naturally for the 6th level of the true spirit fishing art. Old Han had said that he could get the 6th level of the true spirit fishing art. According to the true spirit fishing art, the 6th level would probably require 1 billion points of spiritual energy, which was not bad. The 7th level would be a scam. Wouldn't it require 10 billion points of spiritual energy to deduce it? Han Fei felt a headache when he thought about it. Since he couldn't get the spiritual spring, Han Fei immediately said, Well, that's my idea. Let's get back to work. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at the Empyrean waterfall. Bei Hu suddenly said, Huh? Aren't you going to the Scattered Stars first unit? Han Fei said with a smile, That was 6 days ago. It's all over now. Oh, Senior Bei Hua, when you see Senior Liang Tian, don't tell him that I've been here. I'm quite busy too. Guan Qingyan sighed. Hey, Brother Han, Han Fei said without looking back. Take a look at the drawing and study hard. Let's talk next time we meet. After Han Fei ran away, Bei Hu dismissed everybody and shook his head. That's Han Fei's idea. It's not about refining at all. However, this kid is smart enough to figure out such a complete set of molds out of thin air. His talent is not wasted. Li Yunfei said casually, It's a pity that we haven't been able to rob a refining divine platform from the 10,000 Demon Valley. Otherwise, sigh. However, isn't Han Fei's idea similar to the refining divine platform? Old Man Yu Su said indifferently, Their ultimate goal is definitely the same. However, because of the difference between human beings and sea demons, the intermediate links are definitely different. The 5 classes and different combinations of arrays are more complicated than the refining divine platform of sea demons. In the sky. Phew, I've finally escaped. I won't come back again. Well, I'll let them complain about me when I go back and forget about it. I'll have to fight with Wu Ming to improve my movement technique and sword technique. I'll have to find time to exchange some spirit awakening fluid from the big turtle. On the way to the Empyrean waterfall, Han Fei was about to take out some spiritual fruits to eat when he was stunned. Something seemed to have changed in Forge the Universe. Hiss! Why has Forge the Universe become bigger? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Ever since the Seaborn Prairie in the Level 3 fishery, Han Fei hadn't deliberately expanded the space in Forge the Universe. But now, the space in Forge the Universe was almost twice as big as before. When did this happen? Han Fei didn't notice it before because he hadn't been to Forge the Universe recently. He only noticed it because he sensed that something was wrong. After Han Fei searched for the reason, he found, to his surprise, that the star shell had moved to the top of this space at some point. The star shell can increase the space in Forge the Universe? Don't I need spiritual energy to expand it? Han Fei tried to take out the star shell, only to find that he still couldn't take it out. That must be it. Those shells would create a space on their own after they died. Han Fei remembered that the star shell had a range of more than 20 kilometers. Could Forge the Universe be so big? Han Fei was delighted. If that was the case, he would be able to save spiritual energy. After all, the star shell was not as good as Forge the Universe. He couldn't wait for it to be fused with Forge the Universe. But the sea-swallowing seashell wouldn't do that. Could it be that the demon purification pot didn't care about the dozens of meters of space in the sea-swallowing seashell? That's possible. Little Calabash doesn't eat everything. At the Empyrean waterfall, when Han Fei returned, he found nobody at the periphery. Wu Ming wasn't sitting on the rock. Yu Shire wasn't drinking fish soup. Ning Jingyao wasn't sleeping on the roof. And Yui wasn't playing with the flowers. Where are they? Han Fei spread out his senses, only to discover that everybody was gathered at his house. His house had been smashed apart by Yui's vine and was now in ruins. Nobody rebuilt it without him back. At this moment, surrounded by hundreds of people, Han Fei's first reaction was panic. Did they know that I was back? It was just a minor earthquake. Why did they stop me at my house? But then, Han Fei found that something was wrong. He saw that Du Jianglu was flying in the sky above the Empyrean waterfall with his head raised. There was a weird, twisted space around him. A law enforcer? Han Fei's face suddenly changed and became serious. Luckily, he came back in time, or he would have missed it. Swoosh! Han Fei landed, only to see that Yui, Ning Jingyao, and the others shushed him. Han Fei nodded, indicating that he wouldn't talk or do anything. In midair, the twisted power around Du Jianglu grew stronger and stronger. With the naked eye, Du Jianglu's body was twisted like smoke. From his feet to his head, he looked like a monster. For an hour, no one spoke. Wang Dashuai and Bai Lu didn't even talk to Han Fei telepathically. All of a sudden, spiritual energy gathered, and a vast spring spread out from Du Jianglu's body, turning into the most intense spiritual energy. The whole process lasted more than 5 minutes. During the process, Han Fei saw that spirit awakening fluid flew out of the lake and quickly entered Du Jianglu's body. Bam! There was an explosion in the sky, as if a mysterious power had arrived. Chapter 875. Du Jianglu became a law enforcer, which made a lot of people smile. However, Han Fei noticed that not many people were envious. Those who weren't at the Empyrean waterfall all congratulated him. Someone cupped his fists in midair. Congratulations on becoming a law enforcer. Brother Du, someone laughed. Brother Du, congratulations. Someone congratulated him and left quietly. On the other side of the Empyrean waterfall, Ning Jingyao, the original resident, roared, Old Du, why is your law enforcer so weird? Wu Ming's eyes were deep. I feel that you can block my sword. Yu Shire nodded. You're so awesome. I envy you. Li Luoluo said, Du, why don't you show it to us? What's the use of the twisted domain? However, Du Jianglu's eyes fell on Han Fei. Han Fei is back. I became a law enforcer, thanks to Han Fei and his brothers. Han Fei. Han Fei was stunned. Seeing that everybody was looking at him, he said in a daze, "Wait, why is it me again? I haven't been here for days." Everybody looked at Han Fei curiously too, and Ning Jingyao said, "Old dude, don't try to fool me. He just came back. How is it related to him?" Yui added, "Zhang Xuanyu's attack was rather interesting. It must have something to do with that, right?" Du Jianglu said, "No, it was the earthquake caused by Han Fei. I was training in seclusion to perceive Zhang Xuanyu's momentary time. At the critical moment, an earthquake happened and shook my body. Finally, I found a way to crack the momentary time, which is to distort it. It's similar to Wu Ming's 300-meter sword domain. I can control the space within 1 meter of me. If you can't break the twisted domain, you can't kill me or even hit me. You can do that?" Everybody looked at Han Fei again, who was still dumbfounded. Did I really make someone a law enforcer with an earthquake? Seeing the passion in Du Jiangliu's eyes, Han Fei said, "Old Du, don't look at me like that. I'm not gay. Du Jianglu." Everyone. Du Jianglu roared, "Come on, Han Fei, try hitting me as fast as you can." Han Fei was quite interested. Twisting domain? He could feel how powerful the so-called law enforcers were. Wu Ming said, "You should have challenged me. Han Fei is not as fast as me." Han Fei immediately said angrily, "Nonsense, I'm very fast." With that, Han Fei unfolded the phantom glass wings and activated the Overlord's technique. With a swish, he turned into a streak of light with the help of the wind. 2 long white marks were left in the sky. Wang Dashuai smacked his lips. "My junior brother is still very fast." White Du also nodded. Yes, the phantom glass wings and the secret technique are indeed very fast. Even Wu Ming was slightly stunned. Han Fei had never shown such speed before. Whoosh! A white mark appeared in the sky, like a line being drawn on a piece of paper. The white mark passed through the distorted space. As it turned out, Han Fei discovered that Du Jianglu had twisted his body into an abnormal shape. His stomach twisted 1/2 meter in the air, easily dodging his own knife. Again. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei's figure changed again in the sky. Instantly, almost 10 shadows appeared around Du Jianglu. With a flash, 7 or 8 strikes were unleashed at the same time. No matter how distorted your body is, you have to have a body, don't you? However, to Han Fei's surprise, Du Jianglu was completely deformed like a shape-shifting monster. His head was twisted to his hands, his arms were twisted to his toes, and he looked like a piece of fish skin. Instantly, all the 8 attacks missed the target. Han Fei was dumbfounded too. "Do you have to be so dramatic?" Du Jianglu laughed aloud. "What else do you have? Show me." Han Fei flew around Du Jianglu like a gust of wind. Suddenly, Han Fei extended his hand into the void, and a dragon roared. 9 mansions, dragon seal. A giant seal turned into a boulder and flew across the sky. In fact, Han Fei had secretly turned his hand and used the gravity domain. Bam! Du Jiangliu's twisted face was full of disdain at first, but in the next second, he fell into the lake with a splash. Han Fei chuckled and flew to the ruins of his house with a swish. Han Fei said casually, "It's not unbreakable. In order to break old Du's twisted domain, I'll have to launch a massive attack so that he has nowhere to twist." In fact, the twisted domain didn't change the shape of the body, but only the space around the body. It was the same as the time and space around the sun would be twisted. Of course, Du Jiangliu's twisted domain was changing all the time. Therefore, the regular attacks might seem to have hit him, but they didn't. Han Fei's gravity domain, on the other hand, stabilized part of Du Jiangliu's domain and launched a full-scale attack in the domain. Therefore, the attack just now hit him. Everybody saw it clearly. Wu Ming nodded deeply too. "That's right. I don't think old Du can dodge 10,000 swords at the same time. Ning Jingyao nodded too. Yes, I have an area battle technique too. Li Luoluo thought for a moment and asked, Can you twist the vines and grasses away? Pooh! Du Jianglu flew out of the lake in embarrassment. Well, Han Fei, where did your gravity come from? Han Fei shrugged and said, It's the seal technique that I practice. Du Jiangliu's face was gloomy. Why do you know everything? Who would learn so many battle techniques for no reason? However, Du Jianglu said, 10,000 swords won't work. I can twist the sword auras away. Wu Ming suddenly extended 2 fingers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword auras surged at Du Jianglu like a storm. However, Du Jianglu didn't move at all. Wu Ming's sword auras were twisted by the weird space and passed through various parts of Du Jiangliu's body without hitting him at all. It was not until this moment that everybody realized what was going on. Nangong Xian said, Not bad. That's a good technique. Most physical attacks can't hit you. Just now, Han Fei's seal technique could only unleash invisible gravity. This invisible force is your nemesis. Du Jianlu nodded helplessly. I've only just become a law enforcer, and somebody has already found my weakness? He was rather sad when he thought about it. As for Han Fei, he had discovered something after the battle. Law enforcers were just limited laws. For example, Du Jianglu could twist the space in a 1-meter space. However, he could only control such a large area. In the face of gravity and various other forces, he couldn't twist it, nor could he. In contrast, Jiuyin Ling's seal could seal the power of opponents of a lower level. Against opponents of the same level, she could only seal part of it. However, against experts, even the seal might not work. Having learned more about law enforcers, Han Fei was more confident. However, to be honest, he was envious of Han Fei. With Du Jiangliu's twisting laws, physical attacks couldn't hurt him at all. Wasn't that unbelievable? Of course, Han Fei had his own laws, and they weren't weak at all. At least, their range was much larger than Du Jiangliu's 1-meter space. Law enforcers couldn't be any better. Some were strong and some were weak. It equaled a very advanced battle technique. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Wu Ming. This guy already had a 300-meter sword domain. What would he be like after he became a law enforcer? At this moment, the crowd dispersed. Yui looked at Han Fei and said, Building a house? Do you want to get some potted plants from my house? I bought a new flower from the market yesterday. It's quite beautiful. Well, Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Okay, wait until my house is built. At this moment, Li Luoluo, whose hair had turned blue at some point, appeared next to Han Fei. She looked at Han Fei unhurriedly and said, Why don't we have a fight too? I think you might be able to help me become a law enforcer. Han Fei was amused. How can it be so simple? It's just a coincidence. Li Luoluo snorted. I was just joking. Okay, let's go. I don't want to help you build a house. Wu Ming, however, suddenly looked at Han Fei and said, I feel that you are looking for me. Han Fei thought to himself, You're right. Han Fei said, Oh, it's nothing. It's just that I've been practicing a sword technique recently. How about I look for you to spar with me tomorrow? Pooh, cough, cough. Those who hadn't left looked at Han Fei speechlessly. Why did you start practicing swordsmanship again? Wu Ming was also taken aback. You practice swordsmanship? How many days have you been practicing? Han Fei chuckled. A few days. Wu Ming was silent for a while. Okay then. However, Han Fei, the more combat skills you have, the more difficult it will be for you to find your own path. When you become a law enforcer in the future, you will have to abandon a lot of them. Han Fei grinned. I know. I know what I'm doing. After everyone left, Wang Dashui said, Little junior brother, Wu Ming is right. You are already a hidden fisher. It's time for you to consider becoming a law enforcer. You need to comprehend a path of your own. Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior brother, what is your path?" Wang Dashui smiled innocently. "Unparalleled." Huh. Han Fei was stunned. "What does it have to do with being invincible?" Bai Lu curled her lips and said, "He wants to be invincible, but he can't, can he? I'm thinking about the unparalleled path. Otherwise, I would have become a law enforcer long ago. By the way, little junior brother, do you want to come home for lunch?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly and said, "No, no, sister-in-law, I haven't cleaned up this mess yet. I have to build a house." Bai Lu nodded and said, "Then let your senior brother help you here." Wang Dashui smiled innocently. Okay. Han Fei felt that Wang Dashui seemed to be very willing to help him. Han Fei immediately shouted, "Qing Qin, Qing Qin." Suddenly, a big bird-like figure fell from the sky and landed on the ruins of Han Fei's house with a swish. Qing Qin chuckled. "What's up?" Han Fei said, "I'm building a house and providing meals. Are you coming?" Chapter 876. In the dead of night, Han Fei sneaked to the edge of the pool, although there was a high probability that he would have been discovered a long time ago. However, Han Fei didn't care. In any case, it was tacitly agreed that one could trade with the big turtle here. Besides, the two of them had become law enforcers in the past few days. The seal of the Empyrean waterfall should have weakened, right? As a hero, it was not a big deal for him to exchange for some spirit awakening fluid, was it? "Senior, I've brought you something good." The big turtle's voice sounded in Han Fei's head. "What?" "Phoenix spirit ginseng." With that said, Han Fei hung a swallowing seashell on his fishing rod and threw it down. After a while, Han Fei fished up the swallowing seashell again, and there were already 5,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid in it. Han Fei said, "Senior, you know that I'm poor and don't have anything good. I'll exchange with you in the future." "All right." The Phoenix Spirit Ginseng as a spiritual ginseng much more advanced than the trivariant golden ginseng could only be exchanged for 5,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Fortunately, he bought it cheap. If others knew that a Phoenix Spirit Ginseng could be exchanged for so much spirit awakening fluid, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, in the newly built yard, Han Fei sat cross-legged. 5,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid shouldn't be enough. But how much more did Lu Rinquang get? Looking at the 5 million credit points on his waist tag, Han Fei felt that he should go to the logistics division tomorrow to exchange for some supplies. Han Fei gulped down the food, and the upper limit of his spiritual energy and the toughness of his body were slowly changing. A moment later, Han Fei looked at his new information. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 52, Junior Hidden Fisher, spiritual energy, 461-9667-25502, spirit, 395/3, 395 perception, 31,999 meters spiritual heritage, level 7, low-grade spiritual beast. Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish level 46, main art. Divine Manipulation Technique, level 5 of Void Fishing, heaven level, divine quality. Han Fei's face was full of bitterness. It seems that the effect of the spirit awakening fluid has been greatly reduced. 5,000 kilograms can't even raise the upper limit of 1,500 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei sighed slightly. At this rate, Han Fei suspected that even if he was given 100,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, he would only be able to become an advanced hidden fisher at most. After all, Han Fei clearly discovered that the effect of spirit awakening fluid would decrease as the strength of the user increased. Perhaps it might be better for others, but it was no longer an easy thing for him to improve. However, Han Fei was not discouraged. At least, the spirit awakening fluid was still useful to him. If he became a law enforcer, the spirit awakening fluid would probably be useless. With a thought, he appeared in Forge the Universe. He raised his head and looked at the star shell in the sky, feeling that Forge the Universe was much larger than before. However, it wasn't very obvious. It must be the space where Forge the Universe was slowly devouring the star shell. This should still require a process. Besides, Forge the Universe was more than enough for his own use. Han Fei didn't care how much bigger it was now. However, there were great benefits to being big. He could open up a plot of land for farming. He no longer had to worry about not having enough space to store things. As for the big red trunk, Han Fei was in a dilemma. This thing was no longer of any use to him. Even the tree core of the big red trunk was only a material for refining ultra-quality spiritual weapons. It was difficult for it to be refined into semi-divine weapons. But what if he attacked it? He couldn't. If he attacked it, wouldn't he be telling others that the big red trunk in the level 3 fishery was dug out by him? Also, Han Fei had abandoned the million knife art and replaced it with the infinity water. As a result, the big red trunk and the pile of ultra-quality materials he brought from the 10,000 Demon Valley were useless. Forget it. I'll just leave them here. They may be useful in the future. The next day, Han Fei went to the logistics division early in the morning. If Han Fei remembered correctly, a 6-star rank could exchange 100 level 2 soul crystals every month. Quang Quang gave him less than 100, probably because he didn't have enough stars. As for Xiao Bai, Han Fei estimated that she didn't have enough soul crystals either. However, Xiao Bai was a manipulator and probably had a lot of demand for soul crystals. Even if she couldn't use them, she could probably save them in advance. However, Han Fei still planned to ask them to leave the resources that they couldn't use up to him at the next meeting. When he arrived at the logistics division, Han Fei asked telepathically, "Quang Quang, are you there?" Seeing that the waist tag of the star didn't respond, Han Fei guessed that the guy had probably gone somewhere to cultivate. So, Han Fei went straight to the counter. "Hello, I want to exchange 100 level 2 soul crystals." With that, Han Fei pushed the waist tag to the receptionist, only to hear the girl exclaim in surprise, 100? Han Fei nodded. "Isn't the upper limit 100? The girl nodded and looked at Han Fei in shock. "We need to register for the exchange of level 2 soul crystals. May I ask what your position is?" Han Fei shook his head. "I don't have a position." The girl asked again, "Then may I ask which department you belong to? Or, which position did you come from? We need records." Han Fei said, "I used to be in the patrol team. Now I'm in the Empyrean Waterfall." "Cough, cough!" The girl immediately widened her eyes and looked at Han Fei. The Empyrean Waterfall. The girl took a breath of relief. "Okay, please wait a moment. The level 2 soul crystals you want will be delivered soon. Is there anything else you need?" Han Fei thought for a moment and asked, "Is there a way to increase my speed? Combat techniques and spiritual fruits are all fine." "Huh." The girl was stunned for a moment and said, "Well, there are speed-type combat techniques. The highest is heaven level, high quality. Do you need them?" Han Fei said, "Let me see." A moment later, Han Fei returned the exchange booklet to the girl. "Is there any other way?" The girl shook her head. "At least I haven't seen any. Occasionally, some spiritual fruits have such an effect, but they're very rare. Also, it said that the effect is not ideal." At this moment, the level 2 soul crystals were delivered. Han Fei put away the level 2 soul crystals and left. But after he left, the girl immediately said to the waist tag, "Han Fei of the Empyrean Waterfall wants to exchange 100 level 2 soul crystals at once. His soul power may be far greater than that of ordinary people. Record it." After leaving the logistics division, Han Fei looked back. He suddenly realized why people with 6 stars could go to sea on their own. Whether it was the logistics division, the refining hall, or other organizations, their main targets were hanging fishers and junior hidden fishers. At the 6-star rank, the number of items that could be exchanged from the logistics division would start to decrease. No matter how he thought about it, there were only a few special things, such as level 2 soul crystals, spirit awakening fluid, special spiritual fruits, top-level combat techniques, and so on. While Han Fei was daydreaming, suddenly he heard someone shouting, "Attention, everyone, the sea demons are attacking the island in full force. Return to your positions. Sea demons are attacking the island in full force. Return to your positions." In an instant, the sky was full of fishing boats. The bustling West District was empty in the blink of an eye. This was the attitude of the Scattered Stars Island towards the enemy. Once a major event happened, everyone would be a soldier. At this moment, there was no such thing as a holiday. However, to Han Fei's surprise, it had been less than 5 months since the last time the sea demons attacked the island. The 10,000 Demon Valley had launched a full-scale war when they entered the Demon Forest. Was it launching another one now? Thinking of that, Han Fei immediately jumped on a fishing boat and went straight to the Empyrean Waterfall. It was true that the people of the Empyrean Waterfall were mostly exiled, but it didn't mean that the people of the Empyrean Waterfall had nothing to do but stay home and brag. Han Fei quickly returned. When he returned to the Empyrean Waterfall, he found that it was already empty. However, Big Yellow was running back and forth in midair. "Meow!" Seeing Han Fei, Big Yellow said, "They went to the east coast to catch fish. I'll wait for you here." Han Fei was solemn. Another full-scale attack on the island. Even the Empyrean Waterfall was empty. However, Han Fei sensed that Du Jianglu hadn't left. Du Jianglu raised his head and looked at Han Fei. "I've made a breakthrough. I have to stay here. Take Big Yellow with you." Han Fei nodded. "Big Yellow, get on the boat." Shwa, shwa, shwa. In the sky, the fishing boats moved like shuttles, and everybody was returning to their positions. It meant that the sea demons launched a surprise attack. The speed of the attack was so fast that the Scattered Stars Island didn't have time to react. On the east coast, countless fishing boats landed in different places. Han Fei and Big Yellow stood on the fishing boat, dumbfounded. Han Fei asked, "Big Yellow, do you know where we should go?" Big Yellow said casually, "It doesn't matter. We can catch fish wherever we go. There are no restrictions." Han Fei was briefly stunned. "You can do that," Big Yellow said lazily. "It's to catch fish. You can catch them anywhere. Just don't take me to catch bugs. I don't like bugs. I don't like bugs, especially those soft ones." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "You've caught them before?" Big Yellow tilted his head and widened his eyes. "Of course. I'm very good at catching fish. However, I don't have to do anything at first. I won't take action until the people down there can't beat the sea demons." Han Fei realized that the hidden fishers and the law enforcers were here to stall the sea demon experts. However, it did make sense. A battle involving hidden fishers wouldn't be on the coast. Before Han Fei had time to think, a fishing boat suddenly stopped next to Han Fei. It was a rather charming beauty. She looked at Han Fei and said solemnly, "I'm Luo Yu from the Guild of Fishers. I need your help." Chapter 877. Han Fei didn't hesitate. Compared to sea demons, human beings were outnumbered. Seeing that Han Fei agreed, Luo Yu controlled the boat to fly to the sea. Han Fei followed her closely. After all, the hidden fishers were here to help fight. It didn't matter where they fought. After flying for about 500 kilometers, Han Fei saw an overwhelming number of fishing boats flying in the air. Countless advanced hanging fishers and peak-level hanging fishers cooperated with each other and hunted the slightly stronger creatures in midair. Here, Han Fei saw at least 50 hidden fishers flapping their wings and flying in midair. Some of them were fighting the sea demons that flew up on flying skateboards. Some are fighting other people on the surface of the sea, and some are fighting with fishing hooks like regular people. Because the sea demons were attacking the island, there were too many creatures. No matter how they fished, they could always catch one. If they didn't catch one, they would probably catch other creatures. It was the first time that Han Fei had seen the way people of the Guild of Fishers fought. They were all using hook techniques, and the fishing rod was their weapon. Han Fei saw a fiery fish that was caught in midair and cut into halves by the fishing line. He also saw someone cutting the surface of the sea crazily with dozens of long swords on their fishing hooks. He also saw someone stabbing the surface of the sea with their fishing hooks, like swords. Every time they stabbed, a creature would be stabbed to death in the sea. Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. That was quite an unusual way of fighting. He followed Luo Yu to the front. Luo Yu had no time to talk to Han Fei. She simply put away the boat, unfolded her wings, and charged at a sea demon in the sky. However, in terms of the number, the enemy had more sea demons than the human beings did. There were more than 40 sea demons on the human side. Some of them were fighting 2 enemies on their own. Han Fei even saw a guy fighting 3 enemies on his own. Also, from time to time, Han Fei saw half-mermaids in the sea demon realm flying over from afar and charging straight at this side of the sea. Han Fei glanced at Big Yellow. Big Yellow, can you do it without wings? Meow. Big Yellow raised its head proudly and said, I'm a tough cat. I have flying skills, but I can't take action right now. Big Yellow was a powerful creature at the law enforcer level. The ones fighting here were all hidden fishers for the time being, and there should be law enforcers on the other side. Han Fei scanned with his perception, and sure enough, more than 50 kilometers away, he found a half-mermaid standing on the surface of the sea, wearing a golden battle suit and holding a golden harpoon. It didn't attack, but just watched. Seeing that Han Fei didn't put away his fishing boat, someone shouted, Bro, come and help. Han Fei said to Big Yellow, Then I'll take back the boat. You can fly in the sky by yourself. Meow. Han Fei instantly put away the fishing boat and unfolded the phantom glass wings with a whoosh. When the phantom glass wings spread out, everyone in the sky, including the sea demons, was stunned. Who the hell is this? Why did the wings look like this? Han Fei? Phantom glass wings. Whoa, this guy is a ruthless person. Behind them, the hanging fishers who were fishing and killing enemies in the air all roared. This is a big shot. He's awesome. I didn't expect that this ruthless person would come to help the dangling fishers' union. Luo Yu was also stunned. She didn't expect that the support she had randomly recruited turned out to be Han Fei. Needless to say, the moment Han Fei revealed the phantom glass wings, 3 sea demon realm experts had already charged at Han Fei. Han Fei judged that there were 2 junior sea demons and 1 intermediate sea demon. None of them used a golden harpoon, which meant that they weren't heavenly talents. At this moment, Han Fei grinned. Only 3? Are you looking down on me? Swish! In the sky, Han Fei moved like a phantom. When the 2 sides were dozens of meters apart, a huge scorpion phantom and a waterman punched at him. Swish! Han Fei's figure disappeared, and in the next second, he appeared behind one of the half-mermaids, leaving a streak of white light in the air. Puff! With 1 slash, the sea demon realm expert was killed by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Swish! 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 Han Fei's figure flickered in the air. His speed was so fast that of the remaining 2 sea demons, except for the intermediate sea demon realm half-mermaid, it blocked Han Fei's 3 attacks. The other half-mermaid was also hacked apart by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Haha! The remaining half-mermaid roared, This man is very dangerous. Come and help me. Understanding the sea demon's language, Han Fei sneered. Do you think I'll believe you? What do you think the phantom glass wings are? Swish! Swish! 2 wind blades were waved out, and Han Fei flashed again. At the same time, the void lines pinned the half-mermaid. All of a sudden, the half-mermaid felt that death was lurking in all directions. He didn't know where to run. Blood escape. F***CKU. Before the half-mermaid had time to escape, it had been pinned by the void lines. Puff! Han Fei swung his knife and cut this person down. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't want to control the half-mermaid, but that he couldn't expose his trump card, the void lines. If this half-mermaid became his subordinate, it would definitely attract a lot of people's attention. Han Fei grinned. Without the immortal seal or the sacrificing strike, I can kill as many of them as they come at me. Han Fei said this to the sea spirit in the distance. Han Fei was a bit tempted. He had made a lot of progress recently. If he activated the Overlord's technique, he could probably fight a sea spirit. After only 3 seconds, 3 Sea Demon Realm experts were killed. Luo Yu and the others were all stunned. Someone laughed. As expected of another freak who obtained a Wind God Pearl in the past 60 years. Stinky fish, you want to attack the Scattered Stars Island? In your dreams. Luo Yu quickly came back to herself. Be careful. Don't be distracted. Behind her, the people on the fishing boats were so excited to see Han Fei killing the sea demons that they almost wished they could fly and fight side by side with Han Fei. Someone roared, "Let's work harder. The more strong enemies we kill, the easier the battlefield will be." It was impossible for Han Fei to not attract the attention of the sea demons after he killed 3 of them in one attack. Then, 2 more people came at the same time. The 2 of them were equally strong. One was an advanced sea demon, and the other was a peak-level expert who was as strong as the captain. Moreover, the 2 of them were shining with gold, and both of them had semi-divine weapons. It meant that they still had the immortal seal and the dying strike. But so what? With a flash of green light, Han Fei put on the feather suit of wind. Without using the Overlord's technique, Han Fei and the advanced sea demon had already collided with each other with pure strength. Clang, the sound waves spread out, and Han Fei was flung back hundreds of meters. His arms were slightly sore. Sure enough, there's a huge gap between beginner and advanced sea demons, and the enemy didn't use the Sea King's secret technique. Han Fei estimated that the advanced sea demon's pure strength was about 1,000,000 kilograms higher than his. This number was not high, but it could only prove that he had much more potential than the sea demon. The half-mermaid, who was a peak-level sea demon, roared coldly and a spear light flashed, piercing through the void in an instant. Air-breaking strike. With a swish, Han Fei flashed out, and even the afterimage left in the sky avoided the spear light. Swish, swish, buzz, clang, clang. After 2 flashes, Han Fei left 2 knife marks in the sky, and the spear light fell on the sea demon captain. Han Fei's pupils constricted. A semi-divine weapon had no advantage in weapons against a semi-divine weapon. However, Han Fei's speed was too fast, and the blood-drinking knife was too sharp. The sea demon captain was left with 2 knife marks by Han Fei. Humph! You're not strong enough. How dare you kill me? Human, you're courting death. Swish! Swish! Han Fei's figure drifted all over the sky, making it impossible for the 2 sea demons to track Han Fei's position. The sea demon captain pointed his harpoon at the sky, and a round pillar of water rose to the sky, wrapping himself up. At this time, Han Fei happened to flash into the water pillar. Oh, you're smart enough to know that I'm good at melee combat. Behind him, Luo Yu pushed one of the sea demons back and shouted, "Watch out! I'm here to help you." However, Han Fei, who was in the water pillar, was not affected at all. The feather suit of wind could even resist the wind and the primordial water. Why would it be scared of this little bit of water? Han Fei turned his palm, and the sea demon captain fell to the surface of the water. At that moment, the void lines had already latched onto his body. As soon as the 10 void lines were released, some messy pictures popped up in Han Fei's head. Some were the scenes of the 10,000 Demon Valley, and some were battles with human beings. However, Han Fei had no time to care about that. He waved his hand, and a huge wave rose to the sky, and the sea dragon roared. An enormous force fell from the sky and smashed the high-level sea demon that was stabbing at him with a harpoon. The Nine Mansions dragon roar can move mountains and intimidate souls. You think I can't smash you to death? Bam! The sea demon was also smashed to the ground by Han Fei's seal. Then, Han Fei used the draw technique and chopped off half of the sea demon's head. Swish! After another flash, Han Fei caught up to the sea demon captain and stabbed his dagger into his neck. Luo Yu, who was rushing over, was dumbfounded by the scene. Han Fei was clearly at a lower position just now. How did he kill two experts in the blink of an eye? They were not beginner sea demons, but an advanced one and a peak level one. However, Han Fei was suddenly stunned, as the sea demon captain didn't use his immortal seal. So, at this moment, he smashed at Han Fei with a terrifying force. Swish! 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 Han Fei flashed in the sky with the phantom glass wings. He pulled Luo Yu up and threw her aside. The dying strike failed to hit Han Fei and hit nothing. Han Fei, on the other hand, had reached the high-level sea demon that walked out of the sky. Humph! At this moment, Han Fei felt a strong pressure coming at him. In that instant, he activated the Overlord's tactics without a second thought. Ignoring the sea spirit expert, Han Fei pressed his hand on the sea demon's chest. The blood-drinking knife swept away the sea demon. At the same time, Han Fei blinked and appeared 100 meters away. Both the humans and the sea demons were shocked by the scene. Luo Yu's eyes widened. The phantom glass wings? That's really impressive. The error-free chapters of Fishing God will be updated on Green Bean. There are no advertisements on this website. Please collect and recommend Green Bean. If you like Fishing God, please collect. Fishing God Green Bean updates the fastest. Chapter 878. Han Fei quickly retreated. 5 or 6 Han Feis were left in the sky, which were the flickering effects of the phantom glass wings. However, under Han Fei's deliberate control, the clones faded and disappeared one by one. It gave people the feeling that it was just a simple afterimage. In fact, it was just Han Fei's trick. Should I say goodbye to the others? Can the blurry shadows actually attack me? Meow! Big Yellow had been watching the show. In its opinion, Han Fei's ferocity was a matter of course. Was there anyone in the Empyrean waterfall who wasn't fierce? Whether or not Han Fei was a newcomer, the fact that he could live in the Empyrean waterfall was enough to prove his strength. Big Yellow even felt that Han Fei could deal with another 5 or 6 of them. That was his impression of the guys in the Empyrean waterfall. However, it was completely different for Luo Yu and the others. He was more than powerful. He was a freaking monster. As a junior hidden fisher, he killed 3 experts in the sea demon realm in the blink of an eye. With another flash of space, he killed a sea demon captain with peak combat power, a heavenly talent of the sea demon realm. How long had it been? The battle had only just begun, okay? But he was already so powerful. Luo Yu and the others didn't know how much energy Han Fei consumed. If Han Fei said that he consumed less than 20% of his energy before he used the Overlord's technique, they would be scared to death. Meow! De Huang soared into the sky, and his body grew rapidly. In an instant, he had grown into a huge cat that was dozens of meters long. At this moment, he stared at the sea spirit in the distance with his round eyes and said fiercely, "That fish, come here and let me have a taste." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Hey, hey, hey. Big Yellow, don't be rash. After all, the opponent is a sea spirit master. Can you beat him? If anything happens to you, I can explain it to Granny Yin when I get back. Meow. His meow echoed for dozens of kilometers, and Big Yellow said in disdain, "I'm tough. Although it's a powerful fish, it's no match for me." A hidden fisher was shocked. Is this creature a law enforcer? Someone rolled his eyes at him. Bullsh *T. Haven't you heard of Granny Yin's cat? He once tore a sea spirit into pieces. The big cat flew across the sky, and the sea spirit powerhouse's face darkened. Because Han Fei began to float again, and his speed seemed to have increased several times. Puff, puff, puff! In such a short time, 3 Sea Demon Realm experts were killed by Han Fei. Someone said, "Thanks, Brother Han." Han Fei, who had been universally defined as a top heavenly talent, could basically kill sea demons of the same level in one move. As a result, the sea demons all retreated in the melee. Don't retreat. Kill them. All of a sudden, a loud shout rang out from the void. Another sea spirit rushed over from afar. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Immediately, he stood in midair and stuffed a few energy fruits and spiritual fruits into his mouth. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Luo Yu. Why are there so many sea spirits on this route? The coastline is so long. Why are they all here? Luo Yu's expression changed drastically. I don't know. The east coast was the main defensive position. Don't panic. I've already notified the law enforcers on their way. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have no law enforcers? Luo Yu waved her pole like a sword and cut off the arm of a sea demon. She finally had time to reply. No, there were law enforcers passing by. They just left when they saw Granny Yin's cat. Han Fei sniffed and looked at the sea spirit that was only dozens of kilometers away from him. He swallowed and shouted at Big Yellow, "What's the level of that one?" Big Yellow meowed and continued to rush forward for thousands of meters. Beginner, I guess. If it's 2 fish, I don't think I can beat them. Han Fei, come and help me kill the fish. 1 for each of us. Luo Yu said in a hurry, "Don't." A sea spirit is equivalent to a law enforcer. Han Fei ignored Luo Yu. He was rather excited at this moment, and he suddenly landed on the surface of the sea. Weird water blades appeared around him, and 1,000 knives floated in the air. Chilla! Han Fei rushed forward on the surface of the sea. All the creatures on his way were crushed into pieces by the infinity water almost instantly. The sea spirit bared his teeth and said furiously, "You dare to fight me, a human hidden fisher?" Hula! The phantom glass wings flapped crazily and 2 wind blades were slashed out. The wind blades grew larger and larger until they were dozens of meters long. Wherever they passed, the creatures in the sea fled crazily. Luo Yu was lost for words. This guy was truly a lunatic. You're just a junior hidden fisher. No matter how unparalleled you are, you don't have to fight a sea spirit head-on, do you? Luo Yu said telepathically, 10 seconds. A law enforcer will come in 10 seconds. Luo Yu's original thought was that she could hold Big Yellow off for 10 breaths. Little did she expect that Han Fei, the lunatic, would simply charge forward. Han Fei grinned. Got it. Hum. Han Fei accelerated again and activated the agility of wind, rushing to the highest speed. He was as fast as the sea spirit on his opposite side. The waves and splashes caused by Han Fei's feet could spray hundreds of meters away. Draw technique. Faced with a sea spirit, Han Fei certainly wouldn't underestimate him at all. The sea spirits were in the same level as the law enforcers. Since the law enforcers could control law, there was no reason why the sea spirits couldn't. However, Han Fei wasn't worried. Law enforcers could be law enforcers, but it depended on what law they were using. If it was Zhou Yinling's seal, it would be tricky to deal with. If it was Du Zhangliu's twisted domain, physical attacks were basically useless, but he had ways to crack it. A harpoon suddenly appeared in the law enforcer's hand. The moment he saw the harpoon, Han Fei knew that it wasn't good. It was not a semi-divine weapon, but a divine weapon. The draw technique broke through the air and appeared in front of the sea spirit. The sea spirit pointed his harpoon at the sea spirit, and the sea spirit launched a tidal wave with terrifying power. Pooh, pooh, pooh! However, to the man's surprise, the waves were cut apart. The terrifying knife aura didn't stop at all but hit him. Huh. Sea god strike. Crack. BM, the surface of the sea caved in 300 meters, and Han Fei and the man were both blown back 1,000 meters by the enemy's ferocious attack. Cough! Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. The enemy's strength was beyond his expectations. It's true that a sea spirit that can attack and a sea spirit that can attack are two completely different things. He had caught a wind skywing and fought a clam girl. But of those two, one could only run away, and the other could only attack. They couldn't fight head-on at all. But in this battle, even though he went all out, he was wounded first. Little did he know that the enemy was much more shocked than Han Fei. How is it possible? How can a hidden fisher be so strong even if he uses a secret technique? What's his wing? Behind, Luo Yu and the others were all horrified. Was Han Fei really capable of fighting a sea spirit? Someone forced back the sea demons in front of him with a sword and exclaimed, That's unbelievable. Is he really so strong? As for the hanging fishers, their perception range wasn't as wide, and they couldn't see such a fast battle. But a few dozen li away, the shock waves and billowing waves were enough to show how terrifying the battle here was. In particular, the big cat's claws were tearing the sky apart, and its claws were 100 meters long. It was hard not to see it. That fish, take my soul swallowing heavenly art. The cat opened its mouth, and 100-meter-long shadow swallowed souls. If the sea spirit hadn't been protected by a water cage, he might have been swallowed by Big Yellow. On the other hand, Han Fei was competing with the sea spirit in speed. He could tell that the sea spirit wanted to fight him at close range. Bah, you want to get close to me? It's not the time yet. Sacrificing, hula! The moment the sacrificing punch burst out, Han Fei left a few shadows in the sky and quickly stuffed a mouthful of candled dragon blood into his mouth. Han Fei had a bad feeling. There was only one mouthful of candled dragon blood left. He didn't have much left when he killed the clam girl. At this moment, he could only use it one more time before the candled dragon blood was used up. The sacrificing punch was a lock-on skill. The sea spirit's expression changed drastically. This can't be the power that a hidden fisher can exert. But what can I do? Body of waves. Walala, a huge wave rose from the ground. Han Fei's pupils constricted. This guy was gone. No, it's his law enforcer ability. He has turned into water. Different from the normal water transformation. This wave is his body. But isn't this wave afraid of the sacrificing punch? Boom! The terrifying power of his two waves directly blasted a big hole more than 30 meters in the huge wave. In the end, the sacrificing punch didn't stop. It plunged into the sea and blasted out billowing waves. However, the huge waves didn't turn back into people, but turned into countless chains of water, shooting at Han Fei. Damn it! Law enforcers are really hard to deal with. Swish! 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 Han Fei's figure kept flashing in the sky. At the same time, he took out the cosmic sword and tried to cut it several times. But the cosmic sword didn't recognize him as its master. Except that it wouldn't break, it didn't cause much damage. You want to play with water? I'll poison you to death. The next moment, infinity water turned into knives and swept out crazily. The 10 kilograms of poison god sank into the wave. Hula! A human figure condensed in the water. A figure flew back. At the same time, the chains of water were still chasing Han Fei. Chapter 879. Han Fei stepped back, took out a spiritual fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth. The sea spirit was indeed a sea spirit. Although Han Fei was as strong as him with the Overlord's technique, it wasn't his pure strength after all. His consumption was much higher than the enemy's. Moreover, the sacrificial punch that he had just thrown out had only caused a slight injury to the other party, because Han Fei only sensed that the enemy's chi and blood were surging and unstable. Han Fei roared, "Big Yellow, how are you doing? I can't hold on much longer." Big Yellow meowed. "This is just the beginning, isn't it?" Han Fei's face darkened. This is just the beginning? At the beginning, I've already used most of my ultimate moves. As for his law of gravity, would he be able to move this fellow? Han Fei felt that if he didn't use the candle dragon blood anymore after he finished the next mouthful, he could still fight for a while. Immediately, Han Fei grinned and said, "Go back to where you came from. When the human experts come, you won't be able to leave." Suddenly, the sea spirit sneered, and a mass of water was forced out. Han Fei's pupils constricted. "Poison god!" The man sneered. "You should have launched an attack. If you did, I wouldn't have been able to force out the poison. Maybe I would have had a chance to stall you until your experts arrived. However, what can you do if I kill those ordinary people?" While talking, the man charged at the human army. Han Fei's face changed dramatically. If he went over, the human army wouldn't be able to resist him at all. It would only take a few seconds for the defense line to be breached. By then, even if the law enforcers came, this guy would be determined to fight his way to the rear of the battlefield. As long as he persisted for a while, the defense line would collapse. Bam! Han Fei stood in front of the man on the surface of the water and sneered. "Fine, fine. You're forcing me to fight you in melee, right? I'm your grandpa. Come and fight me." Behind, Luo Yu and the others all changed their expressions. She didn't even have a chance to send a voice transmission, because 2 sea spirits had come to the sea demon side. Those sea demon realm powerhouses all wanted to break in like crazy. Human beings were already outnumbered and couldn't hold on much longer. Explode! Someone detonated himself, taking 2 sea demon realm experts with him. He was forced into a corner. After all, the sea demons were attacking crazily, and the man was almost exhausted. "Li De, you son of a B*TCH, you want to break through our human defense line? Why don't you take a good look at yourselves? Burning blood. Buzz, buzz, buzz." As one person was bathed in blood on the human side, dozens of people were bathed in blood, and their strength increased explosively. Bang! Another person self-destructed, bringing the battle to a climax. Han Fei secretly cursed. At this moment, he had no time to be distracted. He saw the sea spirit rushing towards him, watching him turn into a huge wave a kilometer away, and the infinity water turn into thousands of knife shadows. 500 meters. 300 meters. Luo Yu roared, "Han Fei, retreat now!" Han Fei didn't seem to hear it. Black and white appeared in his eyes. He stuffed a mint leaf into his mouth. 100 meters. Han Fei stretched out a hand. "Do you think you're the only one who can have fun? 9 palaces." "Roar!" the dragon roared, and the 9 palace dragon's seal brought the waves down. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying power enveloped everything within 100 meters. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The surface of the sea was trembling. The sea spirit certainly didn't expect such a thing to happen. The law of gravity wasn't an ability that a hidden fisher could grasp at all. However, in an instant, 2 enormous waves seemed to invade from the void, destabilizing the waves that he turned into. The moment the gravity domain appeared, the 10 void lines were divided into 30, and they immediately hooked the sea spirit. Han Fei unfolded the 2 fish skins in his hands, and the dazzling light within 1,000 meters made it impossible to open one's eyes. The other formation completely blocked off all perception within its range. At that moment, dozens of Han Fei's figures emerged in the light. In his hand he was holding Snowmorn. In his yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei saw a heart that was twisting quickly. The man was horrified. Is this the power of laws? Divine soul control technique? Who are you exactly? Han Fei grinned and put on a creepy smile. Found you. Pooh. His figure flickered, and in the surging waves a water ball that no one else could see was shattered by Han Fei with one blow. The water ball was none other than the sea spirit's heart. Cough, cough! On his shoulder, the 2 big eyes were furious. Every time I come out, I'm injured. Han Fei grinned. That can't be helped. You're so strong that you must be summoned at the critical moment. Just now, when Frostmourne stabbed out, Han Fei was also hit by the waves. Thanks to his sturdy body, the protection of the divine battle suit, and Little Fatty's help, he would have been heavily wounded too. 3 of Little Fatty's tentacles were broken, and it would probably take a long time to recover. It also made Han Fei realize that Little Fatty and the others couldn't keep up with his growth anymore. As a result, Little Fatty was no longer able to resist the enemies he encountered. Damn it. No wonder I want to nurture my heart. To be more precise, I want to nurture my contractual spiritual beasts, right? Boom. The array was shattered, and a man landed in the sky hundreds of meters away from Han Fei, looking at the scene in shock. Han Fei struggled to step on the water and was about to put a spiritual fruit into his mouth. His body was bent, and his breath was a little short. Opposite Han Fei, on the sea 100 meters away, the remains of a sea spirit floated there with a big hole in its chest. The newcomer took a deep breath. You killed a sea spirit-level powerhouse. His voice was imprinted in the hearts of countless people. The human side roared and fought hard. The sea demon realm powerhouses, on the other hand, began to escape. The law enforcer snorted coldly. You want to escape now? Do you think you can escape? His figure flashed, and he chased after the sea demon realm powerhouses. Who would have thought that? In just 10 seconds, Han Fei killed a sea spirit. Meow. That fish don't run. I'm going to eat you. Huh. Han Fei, do you want to eat this fish? Han Fei coughed and said, No, I don't. However, the battle suit and weapons on his body are mine. Big Yellow wagged its tail and walked over on the waves. I don't want those iron lumps. At this moment, the void lines slowly retracted. Han Fei had just snatched a bit of pure soul, but only a little. However, it was better than nothing. He didn't want to eat the fish, but he still needed the soul. However, in the next moment, Han Fei saw Big Yellow open its mouth and swallow a soul. Baji! Baji! Han Fei was speechless. No wonder it's a soul-swallowing spiritual cat. The divine soul of a sea spirit powerhouse was actually smothered by this guy in one gulp. In comparison, the soul he absorbed with the void lines was not worth mentioning at all. He glanced at the information. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 52, Junior Hidden Fisher, spiritual energy 432, 5681, 25508, spiritual power 3, for 99/3, for 99 perception range greater than 31,999 meters, spiritual heritage level 7, low quality, spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 46. Main art, divine manipulation technique, level 5 of void fishing, heaven level, divine quality. Han Fei had mixed feelings. No wonder he didn't absorb much soul this time. It seemed that he had reached a bottleneck. However, Han Fei didn't care. The void fishing art was really amazing. If he could kill more sea spirits, wouldn't his soul power soar crazily? After a while, all the sea demons that could escape had escaped. Those who couldn't escape were basically killed by the law enforcer, who came later. As for the fish that escaped the net, there were probably at least half of them. After all, law enforcers weren't omnipotent. They couldn't surround all the sea demons at once and kill them. Once the sea demons collapsed, the creatures in the sea were no longer a threat and began to collapse one after another. Han Fei ate a few spiritual fruits and flew in the air, panting. The law enforcer walked over slowly. Han Fei. Han Fei nodded. The man smiled faintly. I'm afraid no one can expect that you can kill a sea spirit. TSK. I am Yi Xingqian, one of the 3 presidents of the Dangling Fishers Union. This is a great contribution. You can have it. Han Fei grinned. Of course. This time, I've spent a lot of money and used an incredible thing. My heart aches for you. Yi Xingqian understood. This was normal. A junior hidden fisher certainly couldn't kill a sea spirit with his own combat power. He still had to rely on external help. Otherwise, how heaven-defying would that be? However, even so, he wouldn't underestimate Han Fei. Let other hidden fishers kill a sea spirit with the help of external help. He would probably be slapped to death in an instant. Yi Xingqian said, "The reward this time will be a lot. The basic reward for killing a sea spirit is 10 million points. In addition, there are the battle suits and weapons on this person. It's a pity that the other party usually doesn't bring anything good in a battle. However, there should be a lot of rewards. They are all yours." Han Fei said with a smile, "Senior, what's going on? Why did the sea demons suddenly attack the island?" Yi Xingqian didn't hide it and said lightly, "Humans and sea demons jointly discovered a large relic. What happened when they explored the relic? The relic collapsed and the sea shook. Now, 7 undersea chimneys have emerged. There may be another one in the southeast and on the east coast. Although 2 undersea chimneys have emerged, it seems that another one will appear soon. 7 are not enough. There are 2 more. 9. Han Fei gasped. Is the undersea chimney so worthless? So many of them have emerged at once? Han Fei said in surprise, "This is quite a big movement." Yi Xingqian grinned. "Exactly. I don't know why the pioneering group made such a big movement." "The pioneer group did it?" Yi Xingqian nodded slightly. "Okay. No one should dare to come to the sea area anymore. Another law enforcer is also coming. I have to go. Talk to you next time." Chapter 880. The Pioneer Group? Does it have something to do with Sister Qin? After Yi Xingqian left, Han Fei dug out the corpse of the sea spirit, dug out a sea-swallowing seashell, and unexpectedly found more than 30,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei was shocked, who said that people didn't bring good stuff to a fight. Didn't he bring it? More than 30,000 kilograms. To be more precise, Han Fei thought it should be about 35,000 kilograms. He must have looted it in the past 2 days. He didn't come here to fight until he looted it. I'm afraid he didn't expect that he would die, so he gave it to me. Han Fei almost couldn't hold it in anymore. He put on an uncomfortable smile. With more than 30,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, he could at least become an intermediate hidden fisher. Big Yellow turned into a kitten and squatted on the surface of the sea, looking at Han Fei curiously. "What are you laughing at?" Han Fei immediately restrained himself and looked at Big Yellow, then at Luo Yu, who was about to take the sea spirit's body away. He looked up at the sky and said unhurriedly, "Big Yellow, human beings are struggling to survive in this chaotic world. However, the sea demons are invading us, and people are living in misery. Hardship and hardship are the price of our generation." Luo Yu was stunned. Why did Han Fei suddenly become emotional? Was he suddenly in a poetic mood? Also, human beings haven't reached the point where people are living in misery, have they? Isn't it a bit exaggerated? However, Han Fei suddenly said solemnly, "As a member of human beings, I'm heartbroken to see such a scene. I can't rest easy if I can't appease the ferocious sea demons and show the might of human beings." Behind him, some people were listening to Han Fei's passionate speech and were all moved. Someone said with mixed feelings, "It seems that Han Fei is not as bad as they say. He's a good man." Someone nodded. "Yes, the Dark Hunter Legion must have slandered him. They're truly despicable." Someone remarked with mixed feelings, "Is this the resolve that an expert should have?" Someone was stirred up. "This is the role model of our generation." Suddenly, Han Fei spread his wings and looked at Big Yellow. "Big Yellow, there's still a battle ahead. I can't just sit by. You're a cat. You should enjoy your life as a cat. Eating fish is what you should do. You don't need to come with me." Luo Yu was moved. "Han Fei, the war on the front line is not something we can participate in." Luo Yu's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. He had already killed a sea spirit powerhouse, and it seemed that he could really participate in it. Han Fei looked back at Luo Yu. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? You and Big Yellow must guard this line of defense well. I'll go now. As he spoke, Han Fei soared into the air, and the wind god boat appeared, rushing forward. Han Fei thought to himself, are you kidding me? 2 undersea chimneys have appeared here. Maybe there will be a third one. Anyway, killing 1 sea spirit was not a big deal, and killing 2 should not be a big problem. As long as the other party had spirit awakening fluid, it wouldn't be a problem, of course. The most important thing was to find the 3rd undersea chimney that hadn't appeared yet. Compared with that, I can't fight the sea spirits at all. Those are all fought by tall people. I'm just a hidden fisher, and I'm still very weak. I'd better not fight if I can avoid it. Behind, Big Yellow squatted on the surface of the sea and looked at where Han Fei flew curiously. What did he say? I don't really understand. Luo Yu said solemnly, Han Fei is a respectable man. After flying for about 3,000 kilometers, there was no demon on the surface of the sea. Except for the sea creatures that swam to the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei didn't even see the shadow of the 2 undersea chimneys. Immediately, Han Fei dived into the water and summoned Little Black and Little White. Little Black simply charged out. There were too many sea creatures around, and he was hungry. Han Fei, on the other hand, touched Little White's head. Daughter, can you find spirit awakening fluid? It was a huge amount, a huge amount. We don't need it if it's too little. Little White wandered around and didn't seem to find a target. Han Fei took a look. Daughter, don't panic. I'll take you forward another 2,000 kilometers. After a moment, in the water, Han Fei asked, How is it, daughter? Do you have it? Little White spun around for a while again. It was a little hesitant. It looked to the front left for a while and to the front right for a while. Han Fei said, Don't panic. Let's go forward another 2,000 kilometers. It wasn't until the 3rd time that Little White seemed to confirm something. Although he occasionally looked to the left, most of the time he looked to the right. Han Fei immediately understood. This meant that both sides had a lot of spirit awakening fluid, or both sides might have a lot of it. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Little White, where's the smell of fighting and blood? This time, Little White looked to the left without hesitation. Got it. Han Fei grinned. It meant that the undersea chimney on the left was probably in a fierce battle. Immediately, Han Fei got on the fishing boat and rushed to the right with Little White. He didn't want to fight. Han Fei felt that it was better to wait for the new undersea chimney to pop up and take away all the spirit awakening fluid. Anyway, the spirit awakening fluid had to be taken away anyway. Instead of falling into the hands of the sea creatures and sea demons, he might as well take it. After rushing for nearly 5,000 kilometers, Han Fei still didn't see any sea demon powerhouses here. He estimated that the new undersea chimney hadn't fully popped up yet. When it popped up, there would be some noises. Then it would attract the strong masters. At this moment, Han Fei was at the bottom of the water. Daughter, how far is it? Is there the smell of sea demons nearby? Little White's body moved slightly, which made Han Fei frown. There seemed to be sea demons nearby. However, Little White was still looking ahead. Han Fei guessed that they had already flown for 10,000 kilometers, and they would definitely reach their destination in another 10,000 kilometers. Since there are sea demons nearby, I'll just take a detour. Could it be that he could find it faster than my Xiaobai? An hour later, Han Fei took a detour and returned to the previous route. In the water, Han Fei asked, Daughter, how far is it? Is it farther than the distance we just flew? This time, Han Fei saw Little White wagging its tail. Besides, vaguely, Han Fei seemed to sense that there was a very vague voice in his mind, which seemed to be telling him something. Unfortunately, the voice was too vague and Han Fei couldn't hear it clearly. However, Han Fei was more certain that the new undersea chimney was within 5,000 kilometers. After more than 2,000 kilometers, Han Fei no longer flew in the sky because he found that many creatures here were gathering in a certain place. Wow. Damn it. I can't let these damn sea creatures get ahead of me. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei activated the phantom glass wings and soared up. The infinity water turned into a big sword, wrapping Han Fei in it. Han Fei held Little Black and Little White in his arms. All the creatures that wanted to attack along the way were blocked by the momentum of the infinity water and dared not approach. Except for a few rather powerful exotic creatures that tried to attack Han Fei, there were only a few powerful exotic creatures. Blocking my way to wealth is equivalent to killing me. I'll kill you. A shark was torn apart by Han Fei, and its corpse was stored in Forge the Universe, which could be used for cooking in the future. However, gradually, Han Fei found that more and more creatures seemed to be gathering. Not only fish and shrimps, but also all kinds of big insects, sea snakes, seahorses, and even F** king plants were moving forward. F***ck, don't compete with me. This undersea chimney is mine. After rushing for hundreds of kilometers, Han Fei was surprised to see that a small number of red demons and a few half-mermaids were fighting here. Oh, no, the location has been exposed. The location of the undersea chimney has been exposed. The sea demons also stopped when they saw Han Fei. Their first thought was not to fight, but to run away. Do you want to tip me off? No way. Han Fei activated the Overlord's technique and rushed forward like a beam of light. In just 10 minutes, he killed 7 red demons and 3 half-mermaids. One of the half-mermaids seemed to be quite powerful. It roared wildly and tried to escape. However, as soon as Han Fei took out the blue sea wandering dragon bow, the 8th arrow of the war soul art shot out and directly blew it up. What are you thinking? You're so close to me. Do you think I can stop you? After dealing with this sea demon, Han Fei arrived at his destination only 300 kilometers away. Han Fei found that an undersea chimney was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Fei said to Little White, "Daughter, stay alert for me. If there's a danger as dangerous as Big Yellow, bite me." Baji. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Where is the danger? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Where is the danger? However, Little White's eyes were fixed on the bulging hillside. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Is there any danger in the undersea chimney?" However, Little White's eyes were fixed on the bulging hillside. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Is there any danger in the undersea chimney?" Immediately, Han Fei made up his mind. So what if there is danger? The undersea chimney is right in front of me. I won't eat it if there is danger. Han Fei immediately used the infinity water to seal the area within a radius of 3 meters into a forbidden area. Whoever came would die. There was no room for discussion. 9-tailed mantis shrimp, get up and work. Dig a hole, dig into the mountain. Han Fei didn't know if digging a hole would work. However, in his perception, 20 meters underground, dozens of creatures were digging. If others dig, so do I. If it doesn't work, so be it. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was smart enough to crawl into a lobster's hole and tie up the lobster with the void chain. It was just a level 49 lobster. Although it was exotic, it couldn't withstand the 9-tailed mantis shrimp's legendary void chain. Han Fei followed closely behind and gathered the infinity water, turning it into a big drill bit according to his will. Han Fei was quick-witted. The infinity water could also be used as a drilling machine, and the drill bit crazily drilled all the way into the soil slope. Han Fei saw that he had already dug into the bulging mountain, but suddenly he had a sense of crisis. He felt that if he drilled through this mountain, there would be terrible danger. Immediately, Han Fei controlled the infinity water to dig to the other side. At the same time, he also released the Overlord. He gave a wisp of soul fire to the Overlord and pressed an ultra-quality demonic stone on the Overlord. As for Han Fei, he was going to go in together with the Overlord. As the saying went, fortune came from danger. he still had a lot of life-saving means. The law of gravity alone could help him stall a sea spirit for a long time. Suddenly, Little White bit itself again. Han Fei was speechless. "Daughter, is it the danger inside or outside?" Little White turned its head to the outside. Chapter 881. Damn it. It was impossible for no one to notice the turbulence in the sea area of nearly 2,000 kilometers. Once someone noticed it, they would find the undersea chimneys sooner or later. In the past, the appearance of a single undersea chimney wouldn't cause such a crazy scramble. As long as human beings learned of it early enough, even hanging fishers could rob it. Of course, there would be a big shot guarding it. But this time, 7 undersea chimneys had popped up. Han Fei didn't know if this was the 8th one or not. No matter whether it was or not, he was the only one here now. Whose spirit awakening fluid could it be if not mine? Han Fei didn't know how much spirit awakening fluid there would be in this undersea chimney. On the bright side, there should be 100,000 caddies, right? Xia Shaochan snatched more than 20,000 caddies at once. Just now, the sea spirit also had more than 30,000 caddies. As long as there were 100,000 caddies here, plus the 30,000 caddies he snatched, he could share them with the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. His strength would have a qualitative leap. At this moment, Han Fei had the best energy fruit in his mouth and the feather suit of wind on his body. He had also prepared the golden seal. As long as it was necessary, he could detonate the golden seal. Sensing that there were other creatures digging at him, Han Fei calmed down and gritted his teeth. Let's do it. The tyrant was the first to attack. He poked a hole in the hill with Frostmourne. Fuse. While the Overlord succeeded, Han Fei's infinity water drill followed closely and fused with Little Black and Little White. Han Fei crushed the spiritual fruit in his mouth and held the mint leaves in his mouth before he instantly drilled through the hill. Swish! Han Fei's figure flashed into the hill. At that moment, the intense crisis made Han Fei flash around in the hill. Han Fei panicked. He didn't know whether he had entered the spirit awakening fluid or not. His mind was racing. Go, go, go! When Han Fei perceived, he saw that the Overlord had been blown out of the hill by something. There was a huge dent in his stomach. Damn it! When he saw what it was, he subconsciously froze. Was that a person? Why was there a person in the undersea chimney? No, it's not a person. It's a corpse. Han Fei didn't feel good at all. In an instant, Han Fei felt that the other party slapped at him. 9 palaces. Bang. Han Fei had already flashed, but his reaction was still a step too slow, and he was directly smashed to the bottom of the cave by the human corpse. At that moment, Han Fei tried to buckle the enemy with the void lines. In the end, the speed of the void lines was simply too slow. Plop! Spirit awakening fluid? Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But then he discovered, to his surprise, that the spirit awakening fluid was at the bottom of the cave. At the moment, it was about half a meter deep. However, the bottom of the hill was at least 50 meters deep. Moreover, this range would only grow larger as the hills bulged. At this moment, a figure popped up in Han Fei's mind. In terms of volume, there were nearly 500 tons of spirit awakening fluid here. Han Fei's heart trembled a little when he calculated the number. What he had encountered now was nearly 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. I'll collect. Han Fei felt that he was going crazy. His initial thought was that 100,000 caddies would be enough. However, there were nearly 1,000,000 caddies here. Besides, he was shocked to find that there were several small holes in the ground that were still emitting spirit awakening fluid. Bang! This was just Han Fei's first reaction when he hit the ground. But immediately afterward, the corpse slapped at him. Swish! Han Fei only had time to collect a part of the spirit awakening fluid before he flashed away. Collect! Han Fei, who flashed away, only had time to think of collecting the spirit awakening fluid, and the corpse had already slashed at him again. Damn, it's so fast. I can't do this. Swish! Han Fei flashed again. This time, the moment he flashed out, the law of gravity descended, and the corpse naturally didn't expect this scene. Its body staggered, giving Han Fei a chance to take advantage of it. Han Fei left dozens of figures in the cave. I'll collect. I'll collect. I'll collect. However, in less than a minute, the corpse adapted to the law of gravity. Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. I've even activated the Overlord's technique. You've adapted to this gravity in a minute? However, Han Fei didn't panic at all because he found that the corpse's speed was almost twice as slow. Haha, that scared me. I thought it wouldn't affect me at all. Swish! At this time, Han Fei finally realized how useful the phantom glass wings were. Within a range of 100 meters, they flickered infinitely. Although it consumed a lot of spiritual energy every time, I have infinite spiritual energy, Han Fei sneered. Besides, do you think this is all the law of gravity? Have a taste of my irregular gravity. If this person wasn't a corpse, he might have been heavily injured the moment he came in. But now it seemed to be fighting by instinct. This gave Han Fei a great opportunity. Just now it was pure gravity. Now the gravity was adjusted irregularly, resulting in gravity fluctuations. Let's see how you're going to deal with this. Sure enough, as soon as the gravity changed, the corpse became unstable and its body swayed. Han Fei seized the opportunity and clasped it with the void lines, only to find that the corpse had no soul at all. Han Fei, forget it. Let's collect the spirit awakening fluid first. At the same time, the Overlord crawled out of the hole. However, the hole in its body made Han Fei quite distressed. Of course, this was not the time to feel sorry for the Overlord. Han Fei was collecting the spirit awakening fluid crazily. Because the area was too large, he couldn't collect it all at once. 200,000 caddies! 300,000 caddies! 500,000 caddies! Just when Han Fei almost sucked up all the spirit awakening fluid on the ground, with a hum, a terrifying pressure came and directly collapsed the law of gravity. Pooh! Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. Did the corpse go on a rampage or something? Anyway, a terrifying pressure descended and directly sent Han Fei flying. Damn it, there are still 200,000 caddies left. At that moment, Han Fei rushed out and fled to the top of the hill. Damn it, what kind of strong corpse is this? Even a corpse is so strong, and the demon purification pot doesn't show any information, which means that it is not an undead creature. Han Fei already had a plan to blow up the hill and let in a large number of creatures from the outside world. He probably knew why there were creatures pouring in, but they didn't break the undersea chimney by force. Out of instinct, they knew that it was dangerous here. No matter how good things were, they had to be alive to enjoy them. What was the point of enjoying them if they couldn't? Sacrificing punch. Boom! A terrifying fist mark rose into the sky and directly smashed the top of the hill. Han Fei felt a chill on his back and subconsciously flashed away. However, he was still touched by the corpse. Han Fei rolled for thousands of meters on the bottom of the sea, feeling that his bones were almost crushed. This was the first time. With the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei's body had no time to react. Too fast, this thing is too fast. In his perception, Han Fei found that there were sea spirits and law enforcers flying over in the sky. Those law enforcers and sea spirits were also stunned. Why was there a person inside? The law enforcers looked at each other. Phantom glass wings? Everybody on the Scattered Stars Island knew that Han Fei had the phantom glass wings. He was the only guy who had obtained a wind god pearl in the past 60 years. As long as it was confirmed that the other party was a human being, and his wings were like phantom glass. Who else could it be but Han Fei? Human being, you've gone too far. How dare you arrange for someone to go in and snatch the spirit awakening fluid in advance? A sea spirit powerhouse burst out and aimed at Han Fei, and the human experts also suddenly took action. Someone blocked a blow. We're human, heavenly talents. How can you sea demons touch us? Han Fei, who was vomiting blood on the bottom of the sea, directly opened a fish skin array, and a dazzling light burst out. Arrays that blocked perception broke out one after another. But in an instant, the two arrays were smashed. But to everyone's shock, Han Fei was gone. Not only the sea demons, but also the human law enforcers. He was gone? How could there be such a simple thing in the world? You threw a formation diagram and you disappeared? A sea monster shouted. No, he couldn't have disappeared without a trace. Find him for me. Both the human beings and the sea demons had come with their own people. At this moment, these people were also at a loss. Where the hell can I find him? At this moment, the corpse was already standing at the entrance of the undersea chimney and seemed to be searching. The human and sea demon powerhouses were also attracted by the corpse. As for Han Fei, he was hiding in Little Black's mouth, fleeing frantically with a group of ordinary sea creatures. Although there was still spirit awakening fluid at the bottom of the chimney, and the spirit awakening fluid was still flowing out. But at this time, even if he had other means, he probably wouldn't be able to sneak in. Even if he could sneak in with Little Black, he probably wouldn't be able to come out. Forget it. I'd better run away first. This time, I'm going to let Little Black and Little White break through level 50. No, break through level 60. I'd like to see who can find me with Little Black's ability. Han Fei could feel that he was a little nervous and a little uneasy like a child. He didn't know how many times he had scanned with his perception. Han Fei was almost sure that if it weren't for the fact that there were too many sea creatures here and the number of fleeing creatures was too high, Little Black would probably be discovered in an instant. He was afraid that Little Black would be discovered in an instant. Han Fei didn't come out of Little Black's mouth until he swam thousands of kilometers in the sea. With a thought, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. Chapter 882. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei first cast the divine healing technique on himself, and then lay on the ground with his arms and legs stretched out. He decided that he would never leave Forge the Universe until he could use the agility of wind again. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, what level was that corpse at? It was clearly a human being. Why did he appear in the undersea chimney? As for the entrance to the underground city, there was nothing at all. Could it be that the spring of spirit awakening fluid was the entrance to the underground city? Han Fei immediately shook his head. How big is the entrance to the underground city? If I had the time to go to the spring, I would have been smashed to death by that terrifying corpse. Forget it. I'll ask old Jiang when I go back. Since Yi Xingqian said that the leader of this incident was the pioneer group, maybe Jiang Qin has found the real entrance to the underground city? But if Jiang Qin found the entrance to the underground city, would she go in immediately? I won't. Where are the other people who have C tokens? Even if the C token is not the key, she can't go in alone. I have to take the opportunity to improve my strength. With a thought from Han Fei, for big pits appeared in Forge the Universe, each filled with 100,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black, Little White, Nine Tails, Little Fatty, and Little Gold all came out. Han Fei said directly, "One pit for each of you. Don't you want to grow? There's a lot of spirit awakening fluid here. Drink it all up. Don't come out until you drink it up." Needless to say, Nine Tails and Little Gold had already drilled into a pit. Little Fatty looked at Han Fei in surprise and drilled into the pit with Little Black and Little White. Han Fei didn't take the spirit awakening fluid immediately. He was rubbed by the corpse and his internal organs were still rolling. Now he had to cure himself first. After about half an hour, Han Fei also opened a pit for himself, which also contained 100,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid. He was going to drink until he was full this time. Gulp, gulp. How long had he been drinking? How fast could Han Fei drink it with his mouth? Although he didn't know where the spirit awakening fluid disappeared after drinking it, his mouth was only so big. Now, in the other pits, 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid were missing. Back then, the hexagon starfish upgraded 3 levels with more than 20,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. It seemed that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others were almost the same. At this moment, all of them had at least advanced 1 level. And Han Fei hadn't advanced yet, so he still needed to drink for a while. When Han Fei drank about 3,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, Han Fei felt that his strength had increased sharply and he should have reached level 53. More than 2 hours later, after swallowing more than 8,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, he suddenly felt a small bottleneck. The moment the bottleneck appeared, Han Fei jumped out of the pit. Not far from the spirit spring pit, there was a large amount of spiritual energy drilling into his body. How can a small realm breakthrough have such a huge increase? At this moment, Han Fei felt that his bones were a little numb, and his flesh and blood were condensing. The meridians, which were originally sparkling and translucent, were now bestowed with a faint golden color. Hiss! It's not easy to make a small breakthrough in the hidden fissure realm. Han Fei found that a force was transforming his body. After about an hour, Han Fei was surprised to find that his strength had been greatly enhanced. When he broke through to a hidden fissure, his strength was just over 2 million kilograms. Then, in the subsequent cultivation and battles, he completely stabilized his realm, making his strength exceed 5 million kilograms, faintly approaching 3 million kilograms. Then, this time, the increase in strength from a junior hidden fissure to an intermediate hidden fissure was actually comparable to that of a hanging fissure breaking through to a hidden fissure. With the increase in strength, his strength steadily stood above 4 million kilograms. Besides, he had just reached level 54. Han Fei secretly swallowed. At this terrifying growth rate, he might have the power of a wave before he became a peak-level hidden fissure. And Han Fei also knew that an ordinary hidden fissure, even if he cultivated to the peak, should only have the power of about 5 million kilograms. Only when he became a law enforcer would he have the power of a wave. Even a heavenly talent who had a solid foundation generally wouldn't have more than the power of a wave when he became a peak-level hidden fissure. Of course, there were still people who could achieve this. In Han Fei's impression, Tangu, Chao Tian, and Chinauchin were absolutely sure to achieve this kind of strength. Phew! Whatever, let's upgrade first. When Han Fei jumped into the pit again, he was surprised to find that little fatty, who was the slowest to grow, had also reached level 43 at this moment. And Little Gold and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp had leveled up 3 times in a row. Of course, the consumption of spirit awakening fluid was also great. In just these 6 hours of consolidation, Han Fei and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp had consumed more than 100,000 kilograms. Another 6 hours passed. Han Fei swallowed another 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, but he still hadn't broken through to level 55. When it reached about 13,000 kilograms, he finally broke through the barrier of level 55. Han Fei immediately took a breath. The consumption of spirit awakening fluid was increasing every time he upgraded. For the transition from level 55 to level 56, Han Fei used more than 18,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. At level 56, Han Fei had already swallowed 25,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, but he still couldn't break through. After swallowing another 3,000 kilograms, Han Fei found that the upper limit of his spiritual energy had stopped increasing. However, he still couldn't break through. Now he was stuck in the realm of an intermediate hidden fissure. No, I can't break through. It seems that spirit awakening fluid is not omnipotent. After more than a day, Han Fei found that he had consumed 70,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, but he only reached the intermediate peak level. This made Han Fei a little embarrassed. He wanted to rush to the peak with the help of spirit awakening fluid. It seems that there are no such simple things in the world. Or has the spirit awakening fluid reached the upper limit? No. Even if I'm a law enforcer, it should still be effective. It's just that the effect is much lower. It seems that it's my own problem. Bam! Han Fei jumped out of the pit and knelt on the ground. Han Fei. Damn, my strength has increased a lot. It took him half an hour to get used to it, and he finally found the problem. His current pure strength had doubled from before he took the spirit awakening fluid, reaching more than 6 million kilograms. However, this didn't make sense. Logically speaking, when he was level 52, he had nearly 3 million kilograms of strength. How could it be? Only 6 million kilograms? In terms of strength growth, he could only be regarded as an ordinary heavenly talent, certainly not the best. Is it because I haven't fully digested it yet? Han Fei felt that this should be the problem. He couldn't help laughing at himself. He wanted to become a fatty in one breath. It seemed that he was overthinking. He had to find a way to completely digest the power of the spirit awakening fluid. At this moment, Han Fei looked at his information again. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 56, intermediate hidden fisher, spiritual energy 432, 5681, 36999, spiritual power 3, 562/3, 562, perception range greater than 34,999 meters, spiritual heritage level 7, low quality, spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 49, main art, divine manipulation technique, level 5 of void fishing, heaven level, divine quality. When Han Fei looked at his data, he was dumbfounded. The upper limit of his spiritual energy had increased a lot, by more than 10,000 points. This number far exceeded Han Fei's psychological expectations. He realized in an instant that the upper limit of spiritual energy of a junior hidden fisher was different from that of an intermediate hidden fisher. No wonder, it's indeed too much improvement. But my body hasn't become so strong. So, it's because my body can't keep up with my cultivation level. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. He was relieved to find out the reason. As for the growth of his mental strength and perception, it was expected. After all, he had broken through to the next realm. It would be strange if he did not grow. Little Black and Little White had reached level 49, which was a huge improvement. However, when Han Fei looked at their pits, he found that there were still 20,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid in the pit of the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, and there were only a few thousand caddies left. Hiss! Is the consumption so high? Gulp! Han Fei swallowed. He knew that Little Black and Little White had consumed a lot of energy. After all, he had used 70,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Not to mention these legendary and mysterious creatures. The reason why the 9-tailed mantis shrimp still had it was that it didn't drink anymore. Could he be the same as me? Is it also because you drank too much that your body can't keep up with your realm? With a glance, the levels of the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others also appeared. 9 Tails level 47. Xiao Jin was level 46. Little Fatty was level 46. Little Black and Little White were level 49. From the data alone, it might not be obvious. Although the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was also at the legendary level, it could be seen from the consumption that it was still inferior to Little Gold and Little Fatty. And Little Fatty was level 46, which showed that this guy's aptitude was stronger. And why did the hexagon starfish advance 3 levels in a row with 20,000 caddies? Maybe at that time, the hexagon starfish's level was also low. It must have consumed a lot of spirit awakening fluid in the future. As for Little Black and Little White, Han Fei didn't think there was any problem. He suspected that there was not enough spirit awakening fluid, so these two little guys couldn't eat it. Then Han Fei left Little Black and Little White and took the 9-tailed mantis shrimp back. Han Fei said, "Daughter, go drink the remaining 20,000 caddies of 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Your daddy still has 30,000 caddies here. Drink it too." Sure enough, Little White plunged into the spirit awakening fluid and began to gulp it down. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Although he had improved a lot this time, the consumption of spirit awakening fluid was also extremely high. Looking at the total amount of spirit awakening fluid left, Han Fei couldn't help but worry. Not enough. It was ridiculous that he thought 100,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid was already good enough. When he drank it, Han Fei realized that these bastards were all animals. If he drank it again, he would be poor. Seeing that Little White was still drinking, Han Fei simply sat cross-legged. There were 100 level 2 soul crystals in front of him, and Han Fei was going to take this opportunity to increase his soul power. Chapter 883. The cultivation of the God-scaring painting had always been his shortcoming, and there was nothing he could do about it. The growth of spiritual energy was not like physical strength. In fact, there were many ways to increase it. To strengthen one's divine soul, one had to spend time visualizing the God-scaring painting, eat soul crystals, or seize ownerless souls. Fortunately, he now had the void lines. However, the void lines could only absorb a small amount of divine soul power, so it would not increase rapidly. And visualizing was a waste of time. As for ownerless souls, they were extremely rare. Only swallowing soul crystals was the best way to grow his soul power. Swallowing a large number of soul crystals could be manifested through spiritual power. At this moment, Han Fei looked at his information thoughtfully. Owner, Han Fei level. 56 intermediate hidden fissure, spiritual energy. 432-5681-36999, willpower. 3,999/3,999 perception. 44,999 meters spiritual heritage. Level 7, low-grade spiritual beast. Twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish level 49, main art. Divine manipulation technique. Level 5 of void fishing, heaven level, divine quality. Han Fei was puzzled. His soul power was much higher than before. Had he reached a bottleneck again? He swallowed all 100 grade 2 soul crystals. He had memorized the 70th fragment of the God-scaring painting. Although it was still less than a tenth, the increase in his perception range was definitely not small. Han Fei believed that most people couldn't have a perception range of more than 80 kilometers. However, judging from this information, he seemed to be in an absolute bottleneck period. The upper limit of spiritual energy, spiritual power, and perception range were all stuck in a bottleneck. This was the price he had to pay for rapidly increasing his strength. If he wanted to completely break through the bottleneck, he would need to spend a lot of time to slowly digest it. Enough. That's fast enough. I'm only slightly inferior to Juyin Ling, but my combat ability is strong. Han Fei found himself a lame excuse. At this time, Han Fei suddenly discovered that Little White had drunk up the 20,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid from the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and 1/3 of the remaining 30,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid on his side. At this moment, there were 350,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid left, and Little White was still level 49. Whoa. Daughter, do you also have a bottleneck? Han Fei was speechless. On the path of cultivation, the further one went, the harder it was to ascend to the sky. From the looks of it, there was nothing wrong with his words. Even if there were enough resources, it would take time to consume and absorb these energies. Putting away Little Black and Little White, Han Fei appeared on the surface of the sea. At this moment, the sun was half setting. The huge sun seemed to undulate in the waves like a beautiful painting. It had been 2 days since he entered Forge the universe. As for the undersea chimney, it had almost been emptied before it emerged from the surface. However, Han Fei still controlled the wind god boat to fly over and take a look. When Han Fei arrived, he found that there were a lot of insects of all kinds, devouring the broken corpses of some marine creatures. Most of the corpses had already turned into bones. As for the undersea chimney, half of its hilltop had been cut off. It seemed that a great battle had taken place there. Han Fei scanned the place with his senses, only to find that there was no entrance in the undersea chimney, only ruins and soil. They were all gone. Should I return to the Scattered Stars Island now? Han Fei hesitated. Coincidentally, he was bumped into by quite a few law enforcement officers. Should he say that the other party didn't recognize him? Han Fei didn't believe it. He didn't need the other party to recognize him at all. As long as the other party could recognize the phantom glass wings, it would be enough. And robbing the undersea chimney seemed to be a big deal. Han Fei felt a little guilty. It seemed that his senior brother and senior sister had never returned to the island because of robbing the undersea chimney, right? Wang Dashui was also grounded because of robbing an undersea chimney. Well, let's sneak around and have a look first. Han Fei flew in the sky. He didn't need to fly more than 5,000 kilometers to see inferior manfish and red demons on the surface of the sea. Besides, these sea demons always stayed in groups, as if the battle on the Scattered Stars Island was not over yet. At this moment, Han Fei perceived that more than 80 kilometers away, there was a group of more than 20 half-mermaids leading more than 50 red demons and more than 100 inferior manfish, heading for the Scattered Stars Island. There are a lot of people. Shall I fight them? Han Fei pondered. Anyway, I'm a little weak now, and I urgently need to digest the power accumulated in my body through a lot of actual combat and tempering. Yes, Han Fei really didn't know where the spirit awakening fluid he drank went. If it was a law, it should be reflected, right? However, what he drank could be digested through actual combat, which Han Fei was aware of. So, with a swish, Han Fei controlled the wind god boat and swept out a red light on the surface of the sea. Bam! Han Fei jumped directly to the surface of the sea, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. Hey, where are you going? These sea demons were startled by the sudden appearance of Han Fei. In an instant, they all looked vigilant, thinking that human beings had come out to find them. A group of half-mermaids released their perception and frantically swept the surrounding sea to see if there was an ambush. Han Fei grinned. Don't look for me. I'm alone. Han Fei had already sensed that among this group of half-mermaids, there were only 2 peak-level sea demons, 5 advanced sea demons, 7 or 8 intermediate sea demons. The rest could all be killed with a single slash. The real tricky ones were the 2 sea demon captains and a sea demon, heavenly talent. These 3 people had golden battle suits. If there were no accidents, the 2 captain-level powerhouses would at least have secret techniques, like Sea God Descends. This was different from the situation in the demonic forest channel. At this moment, the Sea God Descends performed by the peak-level sea demons could directly give these people the power of law enforcers. As for the one he killed on the East Coast, because he didn't give the other party time to launch the technique, he directly used the void lines on him, so that the other party couldn't even use the immortal seal. At this moment, the 2 captain-level powerhouses looked at each other and sneered. An intermediate hidden fisher dares to stop us? They thought this was too funny. However, out of caution, the 2 captains only signaled 2 of the advanced sea demons to kill Han Fei. The 2 advanced half-mermaids in the sea demon realm performed a move that Han Fei was most familiar with without hesitation. Streak of light. Just when the 2 of them were within 100 meters of Han Fei suddenly flapped his phantom glass wings and appeared beside the 2 of them with a swish. Puff! With only 2 slashes, the 2 half-mermaids were chopped by Han Fei. Han Fei sneered. Hey, don't be arrogant. I dare to come to you alone. How can I be so weak? I didn't even use the associated spirit, and the Sea King's secret method. Who do you think you are? Han Fei didn't know whether these two had the immortal seal or not. Anyway, when he flashed over, they had already launched the void lines at the same time. Because he was too fast, these two people probably didn't have time to react. Sure enough, after 2 seconds, Han Fei didn't feel anyone coming out of the void. What made him even more certain was that he had absorbed a small amount of souls through the void lines. Han Fei thought to himself, yes, not all of us are heavenly talents, so not all of us have the immortal seal. If everyone has it, how can we fight this battle? The two captains on the opposite side were horrified. 2 high-level sea demons were killed in an instant. How could it be possible that the 2 high-level sea demons were killed in an instant? Hiss! One of them roared, "Attention! This guy is not an ordinary hidden fisher. Everyone besiege and kill him." Han Fei sneered. "Do you think I can't understand you when you speak in the sea demon language? Besiege and kill him? The higher the realm, the less meaningful it was to besiege and kill him. Unless those in the same realm came to besiege him, swish, swish, swish." Han Fei's figure flashed quickly. However, he didn't use the agility of wind or the Overlord's technique. He was sharpening himself, so he tried not to use secret methods. But even if Han Fei didn't use secret methods, his speed was still astoundingly fast. After all, he was flashing. Han Fei didn't want to fight the 2 captains head-on at all. This time, the people who besieged him were smart enough to use the Sea King's secret method. However, was it useful to use the Sea Demon's secret method below the advanced Sea Demon realm? Even those experts in the intermediate Sea Demon realm were only as strong as Han Fei with the Sea Demon's secret method. But facing such a strong opponent, he could kill them with the draw technique. Even if he didn't have time to use the void lines, it would take him a few seconds to absorb souls. In such a high-frequency and fast-paced battle, there was no time for Han Fei to absorb souls. Puff! Puff! Crack! A chaotic battle between a group of sea demons and one person began so absurdly. If these 2 captains had known that Han Fei could flash infinitely, they wouldn't have foolishly let everyone surround him. However, it was too late at this moment. The 2 of them roared angrily, "Retreat, retreat! Blood escape, escape for me!" In just a few minutes, Han Fei had killed more than 30 people, and he was still chasing after them, slashing almost every one of them with his saber. And the 2 captains had both used the secret method of Sea God Descends at this moment. Whether it was their strength or speed, they were 5 times stronger than before. If Han Fei equated their strength with his, then at this moment his strength was close to 3 waves. It was still quite strong. He just didn't know how much lifespan the sea demons would lose by using this secret method once. Han Fei grinned and hooked a red demon with the void lines. With a swish, he slashed the red demon, and with a buzz, Han Fei's speed soared. They are both secret methods, but your Sea God Descends is not even as good as my Overlord's technique. Compare with me. What are you thinking? With a swish, Han Fei once again caught up with an early-stage Sea Demon Realm half-mermaid and killed it with a single slash. This chase lasted for more than 2 minutes. Han Fei killed more than 40 sea demons in total, and he didn't care about any inferior manfish because they were too weak. At this moment, Han Fei stood on the water, surrounded by 5 people. Among these 5 people, 2 were captains, 2 were advanced sea demons, and 1 was a heavenly talent. Chapter 884. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the sea and sprinkled on Han Fei's face, making him look like a god of war walking out of the golden light and shadow. Han Fei smiled faintly. "Except for the 2 of you, the rest of you are strong. Can the rest of you withstand a single blow?" At that moment, Han Fei put on the feather suit of wind, put away the blood-drinking knife, and grinned. "Come on, let's fight for 3,000 rounds." The sea demons couldn't help but frown when they saw Han Fei put away his knife. Why doesn't he use a weapon at this time? Bam! Han Fei, stomped on the seawater and didn't even flash. He rushed directly at the two captain-level powerhouses. On his fists, golden light surged, and a terrifying power poured out. "You're courting death." Sea King strike. Boom! Boom! Han Fei didn't choose to fight in the sky, although it was more advantageous for him. Where could he find a better whetstone than now? For a time, golden light shone on the sea. Han Fei defeated 5 strong enemies with 2 fists, although his current strength was the strongest among all of them. However, it didn't mean that the other party's strength wasn't terrifying. After all, he was fighting 5 people alone. Of course, Han Fei's strength was still too strong. Even though the other party used the Sea God Descends, one of the high-level sea demons was hit by Han Fei's 2 punches. His battle suit was shattered, and a big hole was blasted in his stomach. Swish! Han Fei's figure flashed, and the void lines hung on the sea demon and slashed him. Haha, you're not even qualified to be my sparring partner. It was over. The remaining high-level sea monster roared and shouted, "Blood curse!" Han Fei didn't know what kind of spell this blood curse was. However, this person's strength skyrocketed again. Although it was still a little weaker than the 2 captains, it probably had the power of 2 waves. In the golden fist shadows, Han Fei laughed. "That's right. Whatever secret you have, use it as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." The captain-level powerhouse roared. This person's combat technique consumes a lot of energy. As long as he can hold on for more than 10 minutes, his energy will be exhausted. Let's fight with all our strength. Sea giant ship. The heavenly talent fused with his companion's spirit, and a monster covered with thorns spun rapidly on the sea and rolled towards Han Fei. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei didn't retreat at all. He punched at the giant wheel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 captains and the high-level sea demons stabbed Han Fei with their harpoons. The terrifying energy hit Han Fei into the water, leaving 3 huge pits. However, Han Fei's eyes glittered, and the void lines seized the opportunity to seize the high-level sea demon. The latter's face was full of horror, and he immediately shouted, "No, he can... Yeah, my ass!" Han Fei certainly knew what this guy was going to shout. She could control his divine soul. At that moment, Han Fei dragged this person and was blown away. Blood flowed from the corner of Han Fei's mouth, and then the golden fist mark in his hand fell crazily on the advanced sea demon's head. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei punched him 6 times in a row and blew him up. No, in this case, practicing the art of invincibility is good, but the energy consumption is too fast. I have to kill another one. Bang! The 3 chased him to the bottom of the sea, and Han Fei glanced at the guy who looked like a roller. "You're the one." Whoosh! Han Fei rushed up to the 3 and punched them dozens of times in a row. The terrifying power bent the golden harpoon of one of them. The 2 captains were blasted away, and Han Fei grinned. Fight, 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 fight! Han Fei bombarded like a madman, wrapping the void lines with golden fist marks and punching at the half-mermaid heavenly talent. The defense power of a semi-divine weapon couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, a protective light shield appeared on the heavenly talent. However, it was shattered after taking only 5 punches from Han Fei. Rumble! In an instant, the heavenly talent was beaten out of shape by Han Fei, and the spikes on his body were breaking. Every time Han Fei punched, a pool of blood would be blasted out. Boom! Kacha! The semi-divine harpoon of the heavenly talent was smashed by Han Fei's crazy punch. The fist marks set off huge waves, rushing across the bottom of the sea, and wherever they passed, sand and stones were shattered. Help me! With a swish, Han Fei dodged an attack. However, he was hit by another sea demon captain, and his body was blasted into the ground like a cannonball. However, at that moment, 2 wind blades rolled up from the bottom of the sea, swept past the dying heavenly talent, and took him away with 2 slashes. Cough! Han Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood. After a series of battles, his energy had been exhausted. The captain wiped his spikes and roared. His energy is weakening. Attack! Sea God strike! Swish! 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 Dozens of clones appeared, and Han Fei ran wildly, running a long distance in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the two captain-level powerhouses seemed to see hope. They felt that the dead heavenly talent could walk out of the void immediately, so they didn't care. But Han Fei had exhausted his energy, and this was a good time to kill him. Although this mission failed, if he could hunt down a heavenly talent of this level, he would definitely be able to explain himself. Maybe he could even get a reward. Han Fei activated the sea racing art. After flying for a while, he suddenly stopped and sat cross-legged on the sea. Above the sky, a mysterious pillar of fire fell, and the spiritual energy around him was frantically absorbed into Han Fei's body. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. The two sea demon captains didn't know what was going on, thinking that Han Fei had used some ultimate skill. They had caught up with him, but he stopped. Swish! The pillar of fire disappeared, and Han Fei's phantom-like body had already rushed over again. The battle was urgent, and before they could think, Han Fei had rushed up again. Ha ha ha! Again! The golden fist mark shot out again, and the two suddenly realized what was going on. One of them roared, "Impossible! It's impossible to be so fast!" He was cultivating just now. Han Fei grinned. "Don't you think it's too late to realize it now?" Han Fei's figure flickered, and he had already rushed to one of them, punching the man's face crazily with his millstone-sized fist. He was wearing a semi-divine weapon, so his hand hurt. Han Fei could only use half of his previous strength, but he was not much weaker than these two. The man shouted, "Don't panic. His strength has been greatly reduced. He hasn't fully recovered." Han Fei roared, "Why does he need to fully recover to deal with you?" When the other sea demon heard this, he immediately went berserk. "I'm so scared that I want to run away. Is he bluffing?" However, he thought, this person should have a way to deal with the immortal seal. "UD couldn't follow me," the other sea demon said. "His strength has been greatly reduced. Don't panic." Bam! 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 Huge waves rolled, and the water surface was sunken. Sometimes, waves hundreds of meters high could be set off. Terrifying power vibrated, and the ripples spread out could radiate for at least 100 kilometers. The creatures in the sea had long hidden. When the gods fought, they were all useless. Some lobsters and crabs hid in their own holes. However, for no reason, 100-meter-deep pit was smashed into their own home. Not only was their home gone, but they were also crushed. After more than 10 minutes, the two sea demon captains were horrified. How could this man be so fierce? How could he still fight? Suddenly, Han Fei said leisurely, "I'm done playing with you. Your secret technique is almost over. I'm almost done too. Bye." At that moment, the void lines directly hooked the two of them. Even though the two of them realized that a terrible crisis was coming, they were too close to Han Fei. No one would think that Han Fei was in his peak state in a melee of 10 minutes. With 2 slashes, the two of them were killed. At the moment when the blood-drinking knife came, they still wanted to use the immortal seal. In the end, something that shocked them happened. Their souls were controlled, and they couldn't use the immortal seal. At this moment, they finally knew why UD couldn't come back to life and catch up with them. How could they survive if they couldn't use the immortal seal at all? Han Fei took out their swallowing seashells, took a breath of their souls, and returned to the previous battlefield. He quickly found the dead half-mermaids and took out their swallowing seashells. Han Fei didn't even look at them and left. On the battlefield, he could stay for a while, but he couldn't stay forever. If someone came to find him, he had to at least wait for his spiritual energy and energy to recover. Hundreds of kilometers away, Han Fei sat cross-legged. A beam of light descended from the sky, and spiritual energy were pouring into Han Fei's body at a terrifying speed. If one time wasn't enough to recover, he would put out the fire on his body and try again. After a moment, on the wind god boat, Han Fei casually cast the divine healing technique on himself, holding a spiritual fruit in his hand and gnawing on it. This kind of fighting rhythm suits me, as long as they don't have law enforcers. What's the use of sea spirit strength? Han Fei felt that his strength seemed to have increased a little. However, it was still more than 6 million kilograms. There were still hundreds of thousands of kilograms to go to 7 million kilograms. Since the war was not over, Han Fei was not in a hurry to return to the Scattered Stars Island. It seemed to be a good choice to go around the Scattered Stars Island and find people to fight with. Just after Han Fei left the battlefield, about half an hour later, a sea spirit appeared in the sea over there. The man grabbed the bodies of the 2 captain-level powerhouses, frowned, and said to a half-mermaid beside him, "Are you sure his wings are like phantoms?" The half-mermaid nodded repeatedly. "Yes, my lord. His speed was too fast, and we couldn't react at all. Even with the Sea King's secret method, we still couldn't resist his attack." The sea spirit frowned. Yes, he should be the human, heavenly talent who obtained the wind god pearl. Now it seems that he may already have the power of a law enforcer. Pass down my order. Anyone below the peak level of the sea demon realm who encounters this person, retreat immediately. Don't fight him. Chapter 885. Of course, Han Fei didn't know what kind of order someone had issued. Even if they knew, would they be able to escape when they really met? This was also a problem. Perhaps because of the huge harvest this time, Han Fei would enter the water every 1,000 kilometers and ask Little White if there was an undersea chimney. Unfortunately, the answer disappointed Han Fei. It seemed that the undersea chimney had been robbed after he stayed in Forge the Universe for 2 days. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. He shouldn't be too greedy. This time, he could get the spirit awakening fluid entirely because of Little White's excellent treasure hunting ability. If it were an ordinary person, even if they knew that an undersea chimney was about to emerge, they wouldn't be able to find it. Who could find it faster than the law enforcers? Within 10,000 kilometers from the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei found another nest of sea demons. However, there were only a dozen of them in total, and none of them was at the peak level of the sea demon realm. Han Fei thought, "I stole a lot of spirit awakening fluid this time. It doesn't seem right if I don't make some contributions to the Scattered Stars Island. Well, let's kill them." Scattered Stars Island. Yi Xingqian's face was extremely dark. He found that he had made a mistake. He had long known that Han Fei was from the Thug Academy. Didn't he know what the Thug Academy was like? He must have been hit in the head by an iron-head fish. How could he tell him that an undersea chimney was about to emerge now? Such a big pot had been placed on top of him. At this moment, the sea demons and human beings were in a temporary truce. They retreated 3,000 kilometers away, and they would launch a third attack at any time. The human beings were recovering, and so were the sea demons. At this moment, more than 300 people at the Empyrean waterfall were eating together. Since the last time Han Fei cooked for them, they ate more frequently. Besides, they had been fighting for 2 days. Even people made of iron needed rest, didn't they? At this moment, Yi Xingqian stood in front of this group of people. "Wang Dashuai, can't you find the people from the Thug Academy?" Bai Lu said angrily, "What's wrong with my junior brother?" "My junior brother has done a meritorious deed and killed a sea spirit." Wang Dashuai also nodded. "My wife is right. My junior brother made a great contribution. Besides, you can only get half of the spirit awakening fluid with the sea demons, right? Besides, maybe there are only 600,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid in that undersea chimney." Yi Xingqian gnashed his teeth. Have you ever seen an undersea chimney with only 600,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid? Han Fei didn't know that a lot more spirit awakening fluid had emerged from the mouth of the spring. However, the law enforcer who went to grab the spirit awakening fluid came back with an awful face, saying that he only got less than 300,000 kilograms. Ning Jingyao laughed and said, "Well, it's not a big problem. The spirit awakening fluid could be used by anyone. Just look at Marshall and you'll know." Wu Ming nodded. "If Han Fei uses it, the effect may be better." Yui said lightly, "Actually, I want some too." Yi Xingqian felt a headache coming on. He stared at Yui, speechlessly. "You have the nerve to ask for it? You've eaten 2 undersea chimneys, and you still want more?" After that, Yi Xingqian looked at Wang Dashui again. Han Fei has made a contribution, but merit is merit. Ordinary soldiers are fighting for their lives. He stole an undersea chimney without saying a word. He has to give the soldiers an explanation, right? Wang Dashui snorted and said, "Explanation? My little junior brother will definitely kill a lot of enemies and come back." Yi Xingqian was speechless. Like I said, merit is merit and fault is fault. Isn't it his duty to kill enemies? Forget it. Yi Xingqian didn't want to argue with these people anymore, so he turned around and left angrily. After Yi Xingqian had run away, the crowd began to talk about it. Yui said in surprise, "Can Han Fei steal the undersea chimneys now?" Li Luoluo bared her teeth. "This guy, I want to steal it too, but he didn't take me with him." With a crunch, Big Yellow crushed the head of a big fish with its teeth. "I'm so pissed off. He didn't even take me with him and asked me to defend him." Granny Een rolled her eyes at it. "Bullsh *T. It won't work if I give it to you." "Meow," Granny Een said. "Forget it. As long as Han Fei kills enough enemies outside, he won't be grounded like Marshall." Nan Gongxian said, "It's not a matter of being grounded now. It's just that this war has been going on for too long. Who knows what happened?" Everyone looked at Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng was the only one who was transferred to the frontline battlefield alone. He was so poisonous that even law enforcers were scared of him. It was said that he poisoned 3 sea spirit experts. Yi Qingfeng was making poisonous tea for himself at this moment. Seeing everyone looking at him, he couldn't help but say leisurely, "Don't look at me. I don't know." It's said that the pioneer group found a huge underground relic. In order to compete for the resources inside, the human beings and the sea demons called a lot of people. Even peak-level law enforcers took action. Xue Shinqi and Blue Feather were there in person. "What do I know?" Someone said in surprise. "What? An explorer was there in person?" Someone sighed. "Even an explorer has to be there. It seems that this relic is of great significance." Qingqian said, "They're just there, not fighting." Ning Jingyao sneered. "Not to mention the fact that there's a war. The level of the war has been raised. When was the last time? 5 or 6 years ago, right?" Someone said last time. "I wasn't here yet anyway." Suddenly, Yi Qingfeng said, "Oh, by the way, I heard that Mu Qingchuan and Chu Linyuan showed up this time. These 2 killed a sea spirit and stole half of the undersea chimney." Wang Dashui said, "It has nothing to do with me." Everyone was speechless, and someone said leisurely, "Dead fish are not afraid of boiling water. I don't think they're going to come back." Bai Lu snorted. "But it's an indisputable fact that Lin Yuan and Qingchuan have killed countless enemies." Yi Qingfeng smiled and said, "If it weren't for you, Dashui might still be outside at this moment." Wang Dashui scratched his head with a smile, seeming to agree with Yi Qingfeng. Bai Lu glared at Wang Dashui, and the latter immediately shut up. On the battlefield of the Scattered Stars First Unit, on the Path of Giants, many people were gathered at this moment. Chao Tian and Chao Juren, who had never appeared, were also there. Tang Go and Mu Ling were also there. Mu Ling leaned against Tang Go, sat on a stone, and said with a faint smile, "Do you know what news I got?" Tango asked, "What?" Mu Ling said with a smile, "Your good brother. He stole an undersea chimney alone." Tango was slightly taken aback. "Really? Is it dangerous?" Mu Ling said, "It said that he has run away." Tango breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good," Mu Ling added. "I also got another piece of news." Tango asked, "What?" Mu Ling took out a token and said, "The sea token sent something. I have a premonition that a great calamity is coming very soon." Tango frowned slightly. "Don't be afraid. I'll go with you." Mu Ling chuckled. "Of course you have to go with me. Otherwise, who will protect me? How can a girl defeat so many people?" Tango said with a smile, "But it's Han Fei's." Mu Ling pursed her lips. "Why can't it be mine? Why are you so partial to your brother?" Tango smiled. "Because he has two." Chao Jiren and Chao Tian were also discussing at this moment. Chao Jiren looked indifferent and said coldly, "The sea token sent something. You should know that it must be Qiuqiu's." Chao Tian was still simple and honest, with a faint smile on his face. "I know," Chao Jiren said. "This time there are a lot of strong enemies. Han Fei should be the one on the Thug Academy side. Luo Xiaobai can't reach him." Chao Tian smiled. "It's okay. I'll do it." Chao Jiren shook her head slightly. "Be careful. Every time the Thug Academy is there, although they declined more than 30 years ago, it's undeniable that they are very strong." Chao Tian nodded. "I see. The humans were still resting." In the sea, Han Fei was being chased by 3 sea spirits. "Did I eat your yellow croaker? Why are you chasing me?" Han Fei was speechless. He had planned to return to the Scattered Stars Island. However, he ran into the sea demon army that was resting on the way. There must be tens of thousands of people, including more than 1 or 2 sea spirits. Fortunately, he had braked hard and ran away. Otherwise, if he really rushed into the sea demon army, it was almost impossible for him to come out unscathed. It was also at this moment that Han Fei found that the speed of the wind god boat was not as fast as he thought. The sea spirits could also fly, and their explosive speed was far faster than the wind god boat. Someone shouted from behind, "Do you think you can run away?" Han Fei roared, "Chase me if you can. Don't fight in the front line. Just chase me." Someone's speed was increasing. Han Fei decisively abandoned the wind god boat, unfolded the phantom glass wings, activated the agility of wind, and rushed out. There was a limit to the wind god boat's speed. Although it could fly 60,000 miles in a day, it was still very slow. Although it could fly 60,000 kilometers a day, it was only 2,500 kilometers an hour on average. If it was averaged out to 1 second, it would be slow. It was far slower than the speed of the sea spirits, so Han Fei had to give up. The agility of wind was not fast enough, so he activated the Overlord's technique again. Suddenly, Han Fei's figure flew farther and farther away. Behind him, the 3 sea spirits were dumbfounded. Someone cursed, "Damn wings, isn't this guy too fast?" Seeing that Han Fei was getting farther and farther away, these sea spirits were also a little stunned. After chasing for less than 2 minutes, Han Fei was gone. "Humph! As long as this guy is behind us, it should be fine. He is only one person." At this moment, Han Fei was hiding in Forge the Universe, lying on the ground and eating spiritual fruits. Chase me? Come on, come to Forge the Universe if you can. Suddenly, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. He tilted his head and saw 2 sea tokens not far away, slightly vibrating. Han Fei immediately sat up with a serious expression. Are the sea tokens responding? Chapter 886. It was too fast. Han Fei didn't expect that the sea token would respond so quickly. Although he had just robbed an undersea chimney, he hadn't fully digested it yet. Not only had he not digested it completely, but the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others hadn't digested it completely either. He had just begun his training. According to Han Fei's estimation, there would be at least dozens of battles like today's, and his improvement would be more significant. So, who would have thought that the sea token would respond so quickly? Sister Chin, can you at least give me some time to react? Can't you come a month later? Han Fei sighed and practiced the 108 desolate god body twice before he left forge the universe. However, at this time, the sea demons were resting, and he couldn't sneak attack the army alone. Han Fei couldn't help calling out Little Black and Little White. Daughter, can you sense where Sister Chin is now? Han Fei wasn't sure whether Jiang Qin had returned to the Scattered Stars Island or not. However, since it was their pioneer group who found the ruins, and the sea token happened to respond to it, at least it proved that Jiang Qin was definitely involved in this matter. Sure enough, the direction that Little White pointed was not to the Scattered Stars Island, but to the deep sea. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. Did she go there by herself? Then Han Fei shook his head slightly. No, the ruins are such a big thing that Jiang Qin, a hidden fisher, can't do anything about it. Besides, the 2-day-long war broke out, and the forces used have already exceeded the level of hidden fishers. There should be stronger people in the ruins. Han Fei sighed. What if I encounter the 8 wings of Blue Feather? Those peak-level sea spirits are not comparable to ordinary sea spirits. Even if I use the Overlord's technique and the agility of wind, I can't beat them, can I? If I go to the ruins by myself, there should also be human masters there, right? No. God knows what the perception range of a peak-level sea spirit is. What if I am discovered in advance and ambushed? No, I can't go to the ruins, nor to the Scattered Stars Island. Just when Han Fei was wondering if he should release the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and let them wander in the sea, suddenly, above the sky, a canopy appeared, and there was a human phantom imprinted in it. Han Fei took a closer look. Wasn't that Blue Feather? Yes, he couldn't be wrong. Blue Feather was in human form. His status in the Myriad Demon Valley was similar to that of Shueishenqi. Both of them should be explorers. At this moment, Blue Feather said in the Sea Demon language, "Everyone retreat. All Sea Demon realm experts. Come to the southwest of the Scattered Stars Island, 150,000 kilometers away. Do not have any conflicts with human beings." Immediately afterward, another figure appeared in the sky. It was Shueishenqi, who Han Fei had met once before. At this moment, he said solemnly, "All human hidden fishers gather here too. Don't conflict with the sea demon army that is retreating. Come quickly." Hiss! What agreement did Shueishenqi and Blue Feather reach? The first thought that came to his mind was that the secret realm was too big. It was not something that 1 or 2 people could explore completely. An underground city. It's definitely an underground city. However, what Han Fei didn't know was why the underground city appeared so fast. Moreover, wasn't it so secretive? Logically speaking, even if a place like the underground city appeared, there shouldn't be such a huge commotion. All hidden fishers? Had they gone crazy from fighting? Han Fei remembered that there were definitely a lot of hidden fishers he met in the central city, not hundreds or thousands, but at least thousands. Not only was Han Fei shocked, but the entire Scattered Stars Island was shocked. Countless people looked up at the sky. All of them were hidden fishers. Did some kind of super battle happen? Someone said in shock. In the history of the Scattered Stars Island, such a thing has never happened, not even once. Someone sighed. Damn it, I knew that the sea demon's attack on the Scattered Stars Island this time was not simple. Is it the critical moment of the Scattered Stars Island survival? On the battlefront, many law enforcers looked shocked. What happened this time was beyond imagination. In this battle alone, the number of people who died was already innumerable. However, the so-called war turned out to be just the beginning. While Shueishenqi was talking On all sides of the scattered stars island, people rose into the sky solemnly. Fishing boats flew in the sky one after another. They had no idea what was going on. However, judging from the current situation, this matter might be extremely important. So important that the whole army had to be mobilized. Silent magic pool. In a law enforcement team, someone stood up and stood in front of everyone. I'm going to join the battle. Everyone, hold the line of defense until I return. Pay attention to the news in the city. Don't neglect it, Captain. What the hell happened, Captain? The man shook his head, slightly, his eyes resolute. I don't know. All hidden fishers are mobilized. Unless it's a matter of life and death, we won't do this. Hell Beach. In a certain inspection team, someone cursed. Son of a B asterisk. TSH, we finally don't have to patrol and enforce the law. Scattered Stars Island. Scattered Stars Island. Let's play with our lives. Someone sneered. Since the commander has made such a decision, he must have his reasons. Let's just go. Someone lazily got up from the beach and said, Are we going to fight the sirens to decide the outcome of the battle? Fighting and guarding every day is enough. The Path of Giants. Tango and the others got up silently and controlled the boat to sail. Most of the people who traveled with them were from the big clans of the Thousand Star City. East Coast. The more than 300 people of the Empyrean Waterfall had mixed feelings at this moment. Granny Een exclaimed, The war is about to begin. I didn't expect that I could still participate in such a war at such an old age. Nan Gong Xian sneered, Let's fight. I've been in the Empyrean Waterfall for too long, and I don't know my way around. This time, I have to figure it out. Ning Jingyao sighed. What a pity for old Du. At this time, he has become a law enforcer and has no chance to participate in this war. What a pity. Li Luo chuckled. It should be fun. Let's fight. It's best if we can fight all the way to the 10,000 Demon Valley. Someone sneered. All of you are hiding secrets as if no one knows. Are you all waiting for this great battle? South Coast area. The experts of the major sects of the Thousand Star City were all here. The leaders were not just one or two people, but a large number of experts stood up. Looking from the sky, there were as many as 7 groups of people gathered. Gong Yuehan, Lu Wei, Chu Sen, Jai Shun, the heavenly talents of the major sects all walked in front of the crowd. Someone shouted, Let's go. Under countless gazes, the fishing boats took off and the army went to sea. Such an unprecedented grand scene made many people sigh with emotion. At this moment, countless hanging fishers were sighing. Although they didn't know what would happen this time, how many people would survive? Someone prayed, I hope they can all return safely. Someone shook his head. The war should be limited to hidden fishers. If we win, the Scattered Stars Island may be safe for decades. Someone said optimistically, Hey, brother, if the Scattered Stars Island and the sea demons stop fighting, do you think we can find secret realms and improve our strength? The person who was asked nodded with a smile. I think so. However, I want to go back to the town. I've been out for so long. I'm afraid my family thinks I'm dead, right? Someone laughed and said, I'm sure we can win. Otherwise, how could the general gamble so easily? Somewhere in the Southwest Sea, Shueishenqi and a group of 9-star, 10-star, and even 11-star experts stood proudly in the void. More than 10 kilometers away, Blue Feather and the 8 wings of Blue Feather were all here. Blue Feather looked at Shueishenqi and sneered. Shueishenqi, do you really dare to gamble? Our 10,000 Demon Valley hasn't used our full strength yet. Aren't you afraid that I'll launch a surprise attack and wipe you out? Shueishenqi looked majestic and glanced at Blue Feather disdainfully. You can try. If you can defeat the Scattered Stars Island, I'll kill myself on the spot. Humph, if it weren't for an old monster guarding the 10,000 Demon Valley, it would have been destroyed decades ago. Blue Feather laughed. You dare to destroy my 10,000 Demon Valley. The point is, if the 10,000 Demon Valley is destroyed, do you think the royal city is just a decoration? Shueishenqi scoffed. If the royal city had a giant deep-sea demon, it would have come long ago. Why would it wait until now? Blue Feather snorted. I admit defeat in the Demon Forest Channel. Then, let's bet whether the 1,000-star city or the Sea Demon Royal City will have a giant deep-sea demon first. Behind the crowd, Jiang Qin looked solemn. What happened this time exceeded her expectations. She thought that even if they found the underground city, it would be the human race's business. Who would have expected that this time there would be sea demons involved? Could it be that even sea demons came to compete for the sea-quelling painting? Logically speaking, no. Then, did Shueishenqi do it on purpose? Han Fei was controlling the wind god boat alone, rushing all the way. What a joke! Don't run. Wait for the sea demon army to catch up? If he wandered in the sea alone, once he was discovered by the sea demon army, there was no reason to let him go. Why couldn't they clash with each other? In front of such a superwar, no one would care if 1 or 2 people died first. While running, Han Fei thought to himself, is old Han manipulating this behind the scenes? Old Han is so strong. I don't believe it if he's not involved. Also, is old Jiang here? Only if old Jiang is here, can I be safe? Haha, the battle for the sea-quelling painting has begun again. No matter what, I'm going to get this painting. Chapter 887. Welcome to the leader, Peerless Star. Thank you for your support. After flying for more than 2 days, he encountered ordinary sea demons along the way, but no battles broke out. If he guessed right, the big curtain in the sky should be the authentic sky, hanging mirror. The one in the level 3 fishery was a fake, but this one was the real one. If he killed those sea monsters on the way, old Blue Feather might find out and send someone to kill him. That would be quite a waste. The wind god boat turned into a stream of light in the sky and didn't stop until Shueishenqi and the others appeared in Han Fei's perception. Finally, Han Fei found Jiang Qin in the crowd. In this group of people, she was the only hidden fisher and the others were all law enforcers. At this moment, a law enforcer glanced back. Why are you stopping there? Come over. Han Fei didn't know the man either, but it didn't seem right for him to stop dozens of kilometers away after the man called him. When Han Fei flew over, he landed next to Jiang Qin. Sister Qin, what a coincidence! Jiang Qin rolled her eyes at Han Fei and said lightly, wait. Of course, Han Fei saw Blue Feather and the others more than 10 kilometers away. These people were also looking at Han Fei and seemed to be surprised that this person's speed was quite fast. No doubt he was a human heavenly talent. Later, a sea spirit said something to Blue Feather. Blue Feather suddenly said, it turns out that this is the boy who got the wind god Pearl? It seems his realm is not high enough. Unfortunately, he can't come back this time. But Han Fei immediately scolded. Old Be***starred, what are you talking about? You can't come back. Your whole family can't come back. Everyone looked at Han Fei in shock, and even Shueishenqi couldn't help but raise his eyelids and twitch the corner of his mouth. How dare you scold a super strong explorer? Jiang Qin shouted, shut up. Blue Feather snorted, and his voice was like rolling thunder, shaking towards Han Fei. Bam! In the air, a storm was set off, and Shueishenqi said lightly, what? You're an old man. Why are you so angry with a junior? Blue Feather coldly said, sea demons are different from humans. They're vengeful. This boy is called Han Fei, right? Hey, kid! There will be a lot of people coming to kill you. Han Fei curled his lips and sneered. Come on, do you think I'm scared? If one comes, I'll kill one. If a pair comes, I'll kill a pair. I can slaughter you until your scalp goes numb. Han Fei didn't care at all. Anyway, he was in front of Shueishenqi. Could this old turtle come up and kill him? Shueishenqi glanced at Han Fei casually, and Han Fei immediately shut up. Fine. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. What are you looking at? A law enforcer glanced at Han Fei with a smile. You really know how to seize the opportunity. After stealing the undersea chimney, what was he capable of? If it weren't for the urgent matter, I would have confined you for a few years. Han Fei's face stiffened. Well, Senior, I only managed to grab a few caddies. Only tens of thousands of caddies, really. Ha! Some people shook their heads. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone so shameless. Do you take us for fools? Some people were speechless, but they didn't say anything. Jiang Qin glanced at Han Fei. Sit down and consolidate your cultivation. Han Fei looked at Jiang Qin and glanced at the law enforcer from time to time, but he didn't say anything. However, his meaning was very clear. He seemed to be saying, I won't really be confined, right? Jiang Qin shook her head slightly, and the law enforcer who was stared at by Han Fei frowned. If you look at me again, I'll really put you in confinement. At this moment, they were mainly waiting for people to arrive. Han Fei's perception had already spread to the bottom of the sea. However, at this moment, the bottom of the sea had collapsed and everything within 1,000 kilometers had been flattened. Especially under Han Fei's feet, there was a strange ruin dozens of kilometers wide, which seemed to have emerged from the ground. And in the ruins, there were some big holes with gray mist floating on them, and his perception couldn't penetrate them at all. However, these things were limited to a certain range, like a kind of barrier. Han Fei asked in a low voice, Sister Qin, a barrier? Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Yes, a barrier. However, that's a barrier that can be broken. Han Fei looked at Jiang Qin in surprise. Can it be broken? Then why are you all standing here? Xue Xinqi said lightly, Don't talk as soon as you come. Wait for everyone. Han Fei shrugged. My father is old Han, so I'm not afraid of you. Since Han Fei knew that old Han was still alive and very powerful, he had been quite relaxed. Gambling in chess, the chess pieces wouldn't go wrong until the end of the game. However, Han Fei didn't go too far. If he wanted to wait, then so be it. He also wanted to think about what he should do after entering the barrier. If it was the underground city, then his first goal should be to find the boneyard. Tomorrow at most, Luo Xiaobai and the others would arrive, and Tango would also come. The Empyrean waterfall would definitely come. He could fool Yu Shire, plus senior brother Dashuai, and the others. The Thug Academy was very powerful. About 3 hours later, Han Fei saw another fishing boat flying over from the sea. It was a young man and a woman, both very delicate and pretty, and they were obviously a couple. When the two of them came here, they glanced around and finally fixed their eyes on Han Fei and Jiang Qin. Little junior brother? It must be. Han Fei looked at Jiang Qin in surprise and then said, Senior brother, senior sister? The two of them nodded at Han Fei with a smile, looking very kind. Who wouldn't like a handsome man and a beautiful woman who were kind? Ahem. Someone coughed, and Chu Linyuan said, Let's talk about it later. Immediately, someone sneered. Chu Linyuan Mu Qingchuan, the work has nothing to do with you. If there are ruins, you can get there in a flash. Now that you're back, don't leave. Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, We're not leaving. After this, we'll go back to the Empyrean waterfall. Someone snorted. You still know how to come back? If you hadn't killed a lot of enemies at sea, do you really think we couldn't do anything to you? Chu Linyuan smiled. Both on and off the island are contributing to mankind. When we go back, we'll become law enforcers at the Empyrean waterfall. Someone nodded and said, Any time. Mu Qingchuan nodded. Any time. With that said, Mu Qingchuan glanced at Han Fei and said with a smile, If you don't do it now, you won't even be able to beat junior brother. Han Fei was dumbfounded and thought, Even now, you might not be able to beat me, okay? The law enforcer nodded. That's good. You've been suppressing your cultivation for so long. Are you waiting for today? Chu Linyuan chuckled. Of course. Han Fei frowned. suppressing it for so long? How long? So it was not that senior brother and senior sister were unable to become law enforcers. In fact, they had been suppressing their cultivation. So, senior brother and senior sister are actually part of the chess pieces? However, old Jiang said that he was the chess piece of the Thug Academy. Did that mean that senior brother and senior sister suppressed their cultivation just to help him along the way? Han Fei couldn't help but look serious. After entering the spiritual barrier, he had to ask them about it. After the night, when the bright moon rose into the sky, people from both sides arrived one after another. Among them, Chao Tian and the others arrived first. Chao Chiu was on the same boat as them. As soon as they arrived, Chao Chiu was about to run to Han Fei. However, he was stopped by Chao Tian. However, the 3 members of the Chao family were sitting behind Han Fei, only 2 or 3 meters away. Chao Chiu said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "There are good things down there, but it's not my intention to grab that thing." Han Fei glanced at Chao Tian and said to Chao Chiu via voice transmission, "Just grab it. The thing is there. Whoever has the ability can grab it." Chao Chiu was helpless. He hated this feeling. For a thing, there would definitely be infighting in the end. By dawn, there were already more than 300 people sitting behind Han Fei and the others, and Wang Dashui arrived with white dew in the early hours of the morning. After arriving, he sat down next to Han Fei and the others and chatted with Chu Linyuan and the others for a while. It wasn't until the next morning that everyone had arrived. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai, Lu Rinquang, and Zhang Xuanyu had also met Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan. At this moment, a large group of people sneaked to the back of the team and went to eat hot pot. Next to them, there were also Big Yellow, Qin Chen, and several other heavenly talents of the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei asked in a low voice, "Shall we form a team?" Chu Linyuan said, "Of course. It's time for our Thug Academy to establish our prestige." Mu Qingchuan said, "First of all, we can be sure that this is a spiritual barrier, not a teleportation array. After entering, there will be no random teleportation. But this spiritual barrier seems to be very big and needs a lot of people to explore. There must be a lot of things in it. So there will inevitably be people scattered to seize the opportunity." Luo Xiaobai analyzed, "The trouble with forming a team is the distribution of items. However, we don't have this problem. Whoever needs it most can take it first. These are not the key. The main thing is that this time the ruins will involve a lot of fighting. The key is to ensure that we don't die." Han Fei asked, "I think we can act alone after the looting." Everyone. Han Fei said, "Maybe we will have to act alone." Chu Linyuan shook his head. "No, little junior brother. This matter is not as simple as you think. This ruin is actually only the first step, and it is very likely that there will be a second step, a third step. We'll see the specific situation inside." Suddenly a voice sounded, "Put away your pots." At the same time, Shueishenqi waved his hand and a light curtain appeared, enclosing all the humans. Everyone was shocked and thought, "It's finally going to start." Chapter 888. Shrouded by the light curtain, a faint golden light shrouded everyone's faces. On the human side, there were more than 3,100 hidden fissures. There were more sea demons, more than 5,000 of them. The number of human hidden fissures was similar to Han Fei's expectation. 3,100 people seemed to be a lot, but after being distributed to the entire scattered stars island and the outer sea, it was especially insufficient. This time, it seemed that they had come out in full strength, but Han Fei felt that there must be more people on the scattered stars island who hadn't come yet. Not only that, but the same was true for the sea demons. Han Fei had stayed in the 10,000 Demon Valley, and there were hundreds of thousands of half-mermaids and half-mermaids, which were creatures above the red demons. There couldn't only be more than 5,000 sea demons. On the human side, the scattered stars island was not big, but that was only relative to the ocean. In fact, Even if the wind god boat flew at full speed, it would still take a while. In the central city alone, there were more than 3,000 hidden fissures. Hidden fissures were usually invisible, but it didn't mean they didn't exist. They usually stayed at sea. Therefore, when Han Fei estimated the number of people on both sides, he thought to himself, although I said I'll go all out, in fact, I still have to protect the base. Not only the base was protected, but old Jiang and old Han were not there, which at least showed that Xue Xinqi still had a trump card in his hand. At this moment, Xue Xinqi's voice was loud and mighty. Everyone, this time, you will go to a mysterious ancient battlefield. In this battlefield, there are countless opportunities. There's no doubt about this. But what's more important than opportunities is danger. This battle is related to the situation of the Scattered Stars Island in the unknown place and human control of the Scattered Stars Island. In this battle, you can only win, not lose. When Xue Xinqi said the words, not lose, his murderous intent surged, making everyone's heart tremble. Even Han Fei couldn't help but become serious. He was selfish at ordinary times, but when he really put things in front of him, that kind of agitation and that kind of responsibility couldn't be concealed. Everyone was concentrating, and Xue Xinqi said again, explore this secret realm, and all the opportunities will belong to you. The Scattered Stars Island won't hold you accountable. In addition, this is an ancient battlefield sealed by real strong masters, and there is definitely more than one entrance and exit. If you encounter other barriers, don't panic. There must be something sealed here. Find those sealed objects and destroy them. Once the barrier is opened, the humans will naturally have strong reinforcements. Yes, everyone shouted in unison, their voices mighty and majestic. However, Han Fei frowned when he heard that. Xue Xinqi was referring to the primordial battlefield, not the underground city. Could it be that this ancient battlefield was only a part of the underground city? Han Fei looked at Jiang Qin. The latter shook his head slightly at Han Fei, signaling him not to ask anything at the moment. At the same time, Blue Feather said something else. Blue Feather stood on the shark's middle head. Remember, this time, everyone's harvest is yours. It would be best to kill a large number of humans before they broke the seal. This is especially so for the human prodigies. They will definitely kill them. Yes, Lord Feather. Blue Feather looked back at the human phalanx and said fiercely, there will definitely be many mysterious places in the ancient battlefield this time. Find them and kill all the heavenly talents who go there at all costs. Also, kill Han Fei, the human heavenly talent. This child has a pair of phantom wings. Whoever takes his head will be rewarded with 3 divine weapons, 3 manuals of top-notch cultivation techniques and battle skills, and the qualifications to go to King City. Hiss! Suddenly, more than 5,000 half-mermaids all breathed heavily. If it was just weapons and battle skills, it would be fine. However, the qualifications to go to King City had never appeared in 100 years. Immediately, everyone's eyes changed. What treasure? Opportunity? Han Fei was the treasure. Han Fei was the opportunity. Han Fei didn't know what the sea demons were talking about at this moment. Otherwise, he would definitely curse that old turtle Blue Feather to death. He was too King vengeful. Blue Feather and hundreds of law enforcers attacked at the same time, forcibly creating a vortex on the barrier. Enter the barrier. Enter the barrier. Xue Xinqi and Blue Feather ordered almost at the same time. At that time, everyone was running towards the barrier. Han Fei saw a yellow flash and Big Yellow disappeared. It was taken away by Granny Yin. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. What kind of seniority is Big Yellow? It's equivalent to a sea spirit. It's not easy to devour souls and fight law enforcers, but it's not difficult to kill hidden fishers. Granny Yin was accompanied by Big Yellow. For the sea demons, she should be quite dangerous. Yi Qingfeng licked his mouth. The ancient battlefield is full of poisonous barriers. What a good place. Qing Chin also left Han Fei and the others immediately. Han Fei said to him via voice transmission, "Qing Chin, do you want to go with us?" Qing Chin grinned. "No, thanks. Everyone has their own opportunities. But let's see who can kill the most people." Han Fei looked at Yu Shire. "Shire, let's go together?" Yu Shire smiled innocently. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have other things to do." Han Fei frowned slightly. "Other things? What things?" Of course, Han Fei didn't think that Yu Shire got some special task. As for breaking the seal, it all depended on who was lucky enough to encounter it. Then what else could Yu Shire do? Immediately, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Yu Shire has the sea token. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This Yu Shire usually looks silly and drinks fish soup every day. I didn't expect him to be the owner of the sea token. Does this mean that... Is Yu Shire also one of the pawns? If Yu Shire is, then how many people in the Empyrean Waterfall have the sea token? Only the children of the big clans in the Thousand Star City knew about it. For example, the Chow family definitely has it. Chow Chiu also said it clearly. However, Han Fei didn't know who the Chow family bet on. Was it Chow Tian or Chow Jaren? For example, Sun Mu must have it too. Yang Diu, Mo Fian, Yi Baiyu, Chen Aochen, Zhongwen Li Hai. These guys should all be the heavenly talents of their clans. How could they not have the sea token? Now, the only thing Han Fei was uncertain about was whether there would be someone on the sea monster's side who had the sea token. If there was, Han Fei wouldn't take it seriously. But if the sea monsters didn't have it, Blue Feather would definitely lose this war. The situation on the human side was complicated. Almost everyone who had the sea token had someone behind them. Did the sea monsters only rely on Blue Feather? Was this a joke? If Blue Feather was so powerful, he would have destroyed the Scattered Stars Island long ago. At that time, when experts at the level of Old Han and the others stood up, could Blue Feather alone stop so many human experts? One slap from each of them could make him lose his bearings. Unfortunately, these were all Han Fei's guesses. He knew very little about the thoughts and secrets of these people, so he couldn't guess them. However, in any case, he had 2 sea tokens. This was also a bit of an advantage. Jiang Qin shouted coldly, "Follow me closely." Swish, 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 one figure after another quickly rushed into the vortex. Han Fei found that the Thug Academy could only form its own force. Wang Dashuai, Bai Lu, Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and Jiang Qin, a total of 9 people. Where are Tang Gu and Mu Ling? Han Fei was about to send a voice transmission when he rushed into the spiritual barrier. At this time he felt a kind of boundless silence and solemnity. How many years has it been since this ancient battlefield was created? At this time, the smell of blood was still so strong. As far as the eye could see, it was full of sadness and gloom. Compared with the normal ocean, there were no colorful colors here, and the seawater here was a little dark red. At a casual glance on the ground, one could see bones. The land under the seabed was dark red, light red, and brown in many places. It looked like a broken Gobi Desert, a grassless desert. At this moment, when humans and sea demons were pouring in, under the desert a shadow emerged, and a deformed big fish swam up. The people who came in first encountered it head-on. Someone attacked fiercely and smashed the shadow, but for some reason, the man's eyes turned white, and he began to attack his clansmen, killing one of them on the spot. Someone shouted, "This place is evil. Anyone who is possessed by an evil spirit will be killed on the spot." Perhaps it was because there were too many people coming in at once. Therefore, although there were dozens of swift shadow fish that appeared, they were all killed by the humans in a very domineering manner. This also made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Someone wondered, what kind of creature is this? Did a crab fuse with a fish? Someone frowned. The snake shrimp is also hungry. They seem to have fused. Each one is different. However, The creatures here were not as strong as imagined. The ancient battlefield was full of dead creatures and humans. Even if there were things like immortal heroic souls, there was no reason for them to be so strong that hidden fissures couldn't rival them. The situation on the half-mermaid side was similar to that of humans, with only a few casualties. Because the nature of the tasks of the two sides was different as soon as those half-mermaids came in. Han Fei found that the half-mermaids were gathering and activating the Sea King's secret method. Thousands of people were already launching a fish tide. Someone said angrily, "A bunch of stupid fish. The secret realm hasn't even been explored yet, and you want to fight? Are you crazy?" Immediately, someone shouted, "No, let's disperse and leave." Immediately, everyone rushed in all directions. If they really came in, they would fight. Then why didn't they just fight outside? Why did they have to fight in the secret realm? Han Fei found Tanga 7 or 8 kilometers away and immediately asked him via voice transmission, "Why did you go over there? Come with us." Tanga responded, "No, I'll go with Little Ling. I'm relieved that you have the Thug Academy with you. I have to protect her." Han Fei nodded. "It's safer with us." Tang Gu shook his head. "Don't worry." Han Fei sighed slightly. "Things are different now that I have a partner. However, everyone has their own opportunities." Han Fei believed that not every small fish and shrimp could defeat Tango. Besides, Mu Ling was not simple either. So Han Fei didn't hesitate. Jiang Qin shouted, "Let's go. We don't want to fight." Wang Dashui, carrying the door with one hand, rushed out. On the door, there was a vibrating sound, radiating in all directions. Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan rushed wildly under the crowd. A big shadow fish rushed out, but Mu Qingchuan waved his hand, and with a flash of white light, it was directly crushed into pieces. Chu Linyuan shouted, "There is suppression. No, there are no laws in this space, so I can't feel the opportunity to make a breakthrough." Jiang Qin said, "I guess so. This is a battlefield of death, sealed by a king himself, so no one will have a chance to become a law enforcer. However, let's find a place to make a breakthrough first." Chapter 889. The charge of the sea demons was doomed to be a futile attempt. If human beings chose to fight, they still had a chance. But if human beings chose to run, they could only charge in one direction. What was the point of that? So, those sea demons just rushed for a while and then stopped. Like human beings, they scattered and left. Otherwise, this ancient battlefield was so large that the efficiency of thousands of them gathering together would be extremely low. However, when human beings and sea demons entered this space, the sand and stones were trembling slightly in many places, and black shadows were slowly emerging. Unfortunately, no one noticed this subtle change. At this moment, they had been rushing for nearly an hour, and the majority of the troops had already dispersed to God knows where. There was no one near Han Fei and the others. Chu Linyuan glanced at Wang Dashui and said, "Gate." Wang Dashui suddenly jumped up, and the big green gate that he had been carrying finally stopped smashing people. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see the shadow of the 3 deadly doors. However, it was different from the 3 lifeless doors. The big green door turned into hundreds of door shadows and smashed on the ground. Chu Linyuan shouted again, "Qing-er!" Mu Qingchuan spread his hands, and a blade of grass flew up, directly covering the gate within dozens of meters. Immediately afterward, everything became transparent. Chu Linyuan said, "Han Fei, there are only 3 of us, and we can barely seal our auras. I heard that you know how to make a big concealment array. Can you?" Han Fei grinned. "Of course." Han Fei drew lines in the air with one hand. In a moment, 9 lines fell to the ground, directly hiding everything within 100 meters. Chu Linyuan said leisurely in surprise, "Oh, little junior brother is very good at arrays." "You flatter me, senior brother." Han Fei could see that among the 3 of them, Chu Linyuan was the captain. With just a few words and a look, Wang Dashui and Mu Qingchuan could feel it. At this time, Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Han Fei. Are you listening to me? Jiang Qin took out a lot of spiritual spring water. At that moment, the spiritual spring water turned into gas and rushed into her body, frantically. Crack! Crack! Jiang Qin, who was originally only an intermediate hidden fisher, was promoted by one level almost instantly. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Qin's strength was rapidly increasing. It only took half an hour for Jiang Qin to make a breakthrough with a blast of air. An advanced hidden fisher? However, it wasn't over yet. Jiang Qin's strength was still increasing crazily. Another hour passed, and with a caw sound, her strength increased explosively again, breaking through again, already reaching the peak. Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. Is this even possible? How could it be so fast? Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, Senior Martial Sister is different from us. Senior Sister has recultivated, so she has experienced all the realms. Han Fei asked in shock, recultivation? Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu were also very surprised. This was unbelievable. How much courage did one have to recultivate one's realm? Lu Rinquang said leisurely, Senior Sister. How strong was she before? Mu Qingchuan smiled playfully. Law enforcement. Han Fei paused for a moment. You're already a law enforcer. Why did you recultivate? Chu Linyuan said, Because I'm not strong enough. His words hit the hearts of Han Fei and the others. Because he wasn't strong enough, he had to recultivate. This was too domineering. Not everyone could have this kind of courage. At least, Han Fei didn't think he would have this kind of courage. Han Fei couldn't help asking, what kind of law did Sister Qin control before? Chu Linyuan said leisurely, kill symbol. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jiang Qin got up, twisted her head a little, and said faintly, I've just reached the peak, so my body is not used to it. But it doesn't matter. Let's walk together on this journey. Then Jiang Qin glanced at Wang Dashui. Retreat. At the moment when Wang Dashui stretched out his hand to recall the big green door, suddenly an armor box appeared beside Bai Lu. As soon as the armor box was opened, 9 rays of mystic light shot out in an instant, and a huge shadow was directly pushed to the ground. When everyone took a closer look, they were shocked to find that this was not a fish at all. This was a humanoid monster. This thing had the body of a mermaid, but it had no hands. It had 2 pincers, and under the big pincers were 6 thin claws. As for its face, it was completely deformed. Damn it, how could it have a face? It had a mouth. Its 2 eyeballs were erected on its head, like the eyes of a shrimp. Its face was a big mouth, full of ghastly teeth. Guilt appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name Soul Eater introduction in the land of resentful souls, full of killing. The dead energy condenses and the souls of living creatures gradually gain consciousness and devour each other. Soul eaters of various shapes are formed due to forced devouring. Soul eaters like to eat souls and parasitize. Once attacked by a soul eater, either the soul will be eroded or the flesh and blood will be parasitized. Soul eaters may have a variety of combat characteristics, each of which is different. Level 55 quality undead creature contains immortal energy greater than 16,895 points. Collectible immortal energy. Pure soul bead absorbable. Wow. Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? It doesn't look like a human, a shrimp, or a worm. But it doesn't look like a worm. It looks like a collection of ghosts. Jiang Qin said, It's a soul eater, a kind of deformed creature that devours each other. Remember, they all have different battle states. Some will attack, some will parasitize, but if you meet them, kill them directly. As she spoke, 2 swords suddenly appeared in Jiang Qin's hands, and with a swish, a domineering and strong killing intent crushed the soul eater and directly cut it into pieces. After that, Jiang Qin stepped forward and found a milky white bead in a mass of dirty water. Lu Renquang asked, "What is this?" "Pure soul bead. This thing contains some ownerless souls, and it is precisely because of this bead that the soul eater has a fighting consciousness. This thing can be swallowed directly and can enhance the power of the soul. But there should be some restrictions. It shouldn't be of much use to those whose soul power is comparable to that of a law enforcer." Lu Renquang and the others trembled, and Zhang Xuanyu said in disgust, "Eat this." Jiang Qin said, "No matter how dirty its appearance is, this bead is pure. If you want to quickly improve the power of the soul, this thing can be said to be a shortcut. If there is no accident, how much you can improve depends on how many soul eaters you can kill and the upper limit of your potential." Han Fei chuckled and patted Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang on the shoulders. "I don't think it's a problem. You can't say that it's useless just because it's ugly, right? But, Sister Qin, what is immortal energy?" Jiang Qin glanced at Han Fei in surprise. "How do you know about immortal energy?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I have seen this thing several times. I knew it from the first time I met the immortal soul. But how to collect immortal energy? I don't know. I don't have immortal energy in my body." Han Fei smiled innocently. "I heard it from a sea monster." Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan were surprised. "Can a sea monster tell you this?" Wang Dashuai told the two of them via voice transmission. But Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan looked strange. "This junior brother has a lot of tricks." Jiang Qin didn't care and replied directly, "Immortal energy is the power that only undead creatures need, just like spiritual energy for us humans and demonic energy for sea monsters. If one day someone becomes an undead creature and their consciousness is not cut off, they may be able to cultivate into an undead creature with the help of immortal energy." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Then forget it. Who would cultivate into an undead creature for no reason? Jiang Qin said, "Let's go. If I'm not mistaken, this ancient battlefield is very large and may be full of all kinds of ancient relics. Let's look for it. As for the sea token, don't worry. We will find it eventually." Everyone had no objection and began to swim aimlessly. Who would have thought that after less than half an hour they didn't encounter a single human being or sea monster? On the contrary, they encountered as many as 20 soul eaters. Han Fei and the others didn't even need to take action at all. Jiang Qin and the others swept all the way and didn't even need to stop. "Wait a minute," Luo Xiaobai suddenly said. When Luo Xiaobai asked them to wait a minute, Han Fei probably knew what she meant. Jiang Qin and the others. Luo Xiaobai said, "Senior brother, senior sister, let's go separately. After all, being hidden fishers is also our own path. I found that the soul eaters here are within our fighting range. It shouldn't be a problem for us to go alone." Chu Linyuan said, "Little junior sister, you underestimate this ancient battlefield too much. Those we have encountered now are all small fish and shrimps. They are not powerful and dangerous at all. The real danger is much greater than this." Luo Xiaobai said, "Senior brother, everyone has their own path. The 9 of us together are very strong, but too strong. The 5 of you are all peak-level hidden fishers, which is very bad for our growth." Han Fei also said, "Sister Qin, I agree with Xiaobai. You guys just sweep away all the obstacles along the way. We have nothing to do at all. Why don't we split into 2 teams? We are still strong. Besides, if everyone is together, the progress will be too slow. How can we compete with others?" Bai Lu said with concern, "Little junior brother, in fact, if we are together, we can almost be invincible." Han Fei grinned. "Sister-in-law, don't forget, we are also the strongest in this year." Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang also nodded. "Swimming behind us? It's not like we are on a life and death battlefield." Hearing Han Fei's words, Wang Dashuai and the others exchanged a look. Jiang Qin glanced at Han Fei. Okay, let's split up and meet at the entrance of the underground city. When they separated from Jiang Qin and the others, Zhang Xuanyu said casually, "It's more comfortable for us to be together. It's not easy to be with them." Lu Rinquang nodded repeatedly. "We don't need to do anything at all." Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's go." The four of us try not to separate. This time, a lot of strong masters came in. We are all just hidden fishers. Except for Han Fei, it is difficult for us to kill peak-level hidden fishers. Our top priority is to find the seal and find opportunities. Okay. Chapter 890. After separating from Jiang Qin and the others, Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White with a thought. Han Fei touched Little White's head and said, "Girl, look around and see if there are any good things here." Luo Xiaobai and the others had long known that Han Fei would look for opportunities through Little White. They were not surprised at this, and all looked at Little White expectantly. However, Little White turned in many directions in the water and then looked at Han Fei blankly. In Han Fei's heart, there was an inexplicable warning. Danger. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned and said, "There are opportunities in all directions, and all of them are very dangerous." Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, "Everywhere." Han Fei nodded seriously. "That should be right. I mean, no matter which direction we go, danger and opportunity coexist." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Then just go in any direction." Han Fei nodded. "I think so too. In this ancient battlefield, there are soul eaters, but there are definitely more than just soul eaters." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Okay." They had only set off for more than a kilometer when they encountered a soul eater. Different from the first one they met, this one was snake-shaped with claws and a fish head. It seemed that it was another guy that swallowed itself into a deformed shape. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Let me have a try." Zhang Xuanyu seemed to have cultivated a new soul attack method. Han Fei and the others saw an illusory spear flash from between Zhang Xuanyu's eyebrows and instantly pierced the long tail of this soul eater. The latter hissed and roared out waves of sound from its mouth, shaking out circles of ripples in the sea. At the same time, two giant claws suddenly emerged from the void and seemed to hook at Zhang Xuanyu. Clang! The big shield was in the air, and Lu Rinquang raised the shield to block it. The flesh on his face was shaken and deformed by the huge force. However, the shield was not broken and was blocked by Lu Rinquang. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned white, and blue vines emerged from the ground, trying to catch this soul eater. However, at the moment when it was caught by the dark vines, many strange scales stood up on this soul eater's body, quickly cutting these dark vines to pieces. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiaobai attacked again, spirit summoning. This time, what appeared was no longer a dark blue vine, but a thin gray vine. Those thin vines were like maggots in a tarsal bone, quickly sucking on the body of the soul eater. Han Fei asked in surprise, "What is this? I've never seen you use it before." Luo Xiaobai replied, "I tried to summon spiritual plants in this ancient battlefield, but I ended up summoning these vines." As the vines held onto the soul eater, they drilled into its body. Zhang Xuanyu used the instant profound spear and exploded the head of the soul eater. Zhang Xuanyu looked back at Luo Xiaobai in surprise and said, "These vines seem very weird and tough, more like steel thorns." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "This means that there are still spiritual plants on this ancient battlefield. However, this kind of spirit plant also has the ability to devour souls. If you encounter it, you must be careful." Han Fei didn't do anything during the whole process. He was now stronger than Luo Xiaobai and the others. If he attacked, Luo Xiaobai and the others wouldn't have a chance to attack. Han Fei said, "If you were to encounter such a creature alone, how long would it take you to kill it?" Zhang Xuanyu shrugged helplessly and said, "I need 3 to 5 breaths to go all out. If it was a normal battle, it might take more than 20 breaths. but that was because my soul power was strong enough. If I encountered 2 of them, I would need at least 50 breaths. If there are 3, we have to run. Lu Rinquang said, if I use the sky swallowing technique and the soul ghost, I can deal with 3 of them. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Me too. Han Fei was relieved. That's enough. I won't participate in the following battles. Let's find the first relic first. Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. She knew that Han Fei could deal with many of them alone. At this moment, the 3 of them were burdens. Luo Xiaobai asked, do you want to go alone? If the 3 of us work together, protecting ourselves won't be a problem. Han Fei shook his head. Now, they only appear one by one. You can easily kill them. Once dozens of them appear, the quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change. At that time, it will be hard to say if you can still win. Moreover, I'm not worried about the Soul Eater, but the real danger. Lu Rinquang heaved a sigh. Alas! Han Fei scolded with a smile. F***ck off. Let's go. Don't let the opportunities be taken away by others or sea demons. Half an hour later, Han Fei and the others killed about 30 Soul Eaters along the way, but Han Fei didn't take any pure soul beads. Compared with himself, Luo Xiaobai and the others needed these things more. At this moment, everyone was treating the exploration of the ruins as a pure training trip. At this time, Lu Rinquang used the sky-swallowing technique to absorb the Soul Eater crazily and kill the Soul Eater with a long knife. He grinned. Let's go. Suddenly, Han Fei said, wait, there is a team of sea demons. Luo Xiaobai immediately looked at Han Fei. How many? Han Fei replied, more than 50 kilometers to the left, there are 6 people, but I can't tell their strength. Zhang Xuanyu immediately grinned. Let's go and meet them. On the other side, she led the 5 of them to search for a relic. His associated spirit had a weak sense of perception and had tracked them all the way here. She said, attention, everyone, the relic I sensed should be nearby. Let's look for it. 100 minutes later, she suddenly raised his head. Attention, there are 4 humans. Haha, their perception is weaker than mine. They should also be looking for the relic. Everyone, rush over and kill them. Someone laughed and said, for people? Although not enough, it's not bad. Someone bared his teeth. Kill. Zhang Xuanyu asked, do you think they will come? Han Fei smiled. Believe me, sea demons are more belligerent. Besides, their brains sometimes don't work very well. We pretended to look for opportunities, but they sensed us. What does this mean? It means that our strength is lower than theirs. Lu Rinquang smiled wretchedly. How insidious. Smack. Han Fei slapped him. Why are you so insidious? This is called experience. Han Fei smiled and said, they're coming. We won't run. Zhang Xuanyu was taken aback. If we don't run, won't they suspect us? Han Fei sneered. Suspect what? In this damn place, once we run, we will definitely encounter Soul Eaters. Then we'll attract 3 or 5 Soul Eaters and have a 3-way melee. Luo Xiaobai had been perceiving. Unfortunately, there were no spiritual plants here, so her perception range was not large. When they were 20 kilometers away, Han Fei suddenly said, okay, you can get into a fighting stance. Immediately, Lu Rinquang pressed the armor box on the ground, and Zhang Xuanyu held the rod and fused with the bloodthirsty shark. She roared, they don't dare to run. Although it's a bit troublesome, let's kill them. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 half-mermaids activated the Sea King skill almost at the same time. However, Han Fei sneered. They don't even have semi-divine weapons. Han Fei immediately said, it's up to you 3. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Hey, just don't let them run away. The 2 sides could already see each other. However, when these half-mermaids rushed over, 5 Soul Eaters caught up with them. Han Fei cursed in his heart, a bunch of idiots. Kill. When the two sides were only 300 meters apart, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly took action. Momentary time. A half-mermaid suddenly paused in the air. This was because the shadow of a rod had suddenly pressed against the space between its eyebrows. It didn't even have time to react before its head exploded. Spirit summoning. Gray vines rose from all directions and madly clasped these half-mermaids. Lu Rinquang ran forward for dozens of meters and suddenly jumped up. With a roar, a big hole appeared. Two of the Sea King's barrage entered the cave and disappeared without a trace. Lu Rinquang stretched out his hand, and a torrent of knives and swords poured out of the armor box. The bloodthirsty broadsword went straight to one person. As for Han Fei, he glanced at Luo Xiaobai and said, "The leader is an advanced sea demon. He's difficult to deal with." Luo Xiaobai said, "You deal with the Soul Eaters. Leave these 5 to us." Han Fei nodded, unfolded the phantom glass wings, and flew past these half-mermaids. Phantom glass wings? Oh no, he's Han Fei. The 5 of them were horrified. How could Blue Feather issue a kill order in person be an ordinary person? In an instant, one of them had died, which showed that the other party was extremely strong. To their surprise, Han Fei swept past them and rushed to the 5 Soul Eaters, not taking them seriously at all. Run. Yu Shi's first reaction was to run. He knew what Han Fei's action meant. This meant that even if there were only 3 people on the other side, even if these 3 people were only junior hidden fishers, they could still be killed. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned white. Spirit summoning, parasite. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Instant mystic spear. As for Han Fei, he entered the battle faster than Luo Xiaobai and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Golden fist marks roared out, and the art of invincibility, which was as bright as the sun, blew up a Soul Eater with 3 punches. Although these Soul Eaters were also conscious, they were not as strong as human beings, and 2 of them were directly caught by Han Fei. Swish! Han Fei used the draw technique, and the remaining 2 Soul Eaters were chopped by him. During this period, Han Fei felt a tingling in his head, but it was not intense. He immediately sneered at the soul attack of these Soul Eaters. Puff, puff, puff. In less than 2 minutes, 4 Soul Eaters were killed. There was another one that Han Fei was controlling to pretend to attack him. After studying it for a while, he found that the soul of the Soul Eater was filthy and full of all kinds of fighting scenes, which were meaningless. So he chopped this one with a knife. Putting away the pure soul bead, Han Fei looked back and found that there were only 2 half-mermaids left. 6 people came, but only 2 were left in an instant. This was the combat effectiveness of Han Fei's team. Chapter 891. In an instant, these Soul Eaters were killed. Han Fei stood aside and watched Zhang Xuanyu and the others leisurely, using the 2 as sparring partners. Zhang Xuanyu was dealing with an intermediate hanging fisher, half-mermaid. In terms of pure strength, Zhang Xuanyu, who didn't use the majestic mystic spell, was much weaker than him. However, Zhang Xuanyu was too skilled in using rod techniques. His fancy rod combat skills could barely block the bombardment of the half-mermaid. A lot of Lu Renquang's ultra-quality spiritual weapons were broken. He had no choice but to use the majestic mystic spell to fight with a half-mermaid in the advanced sea demon realm. With the help of Luo Xiaobai's parasitic technique, the half-mermaid in the advanced sea demon realm was forced to retreat. Han Fei watched with great interest and shouted from time to time, "Yu, your physique is still a little weak. You have to work harder in this aspect. Quang, you have a level 7 spiritual heritage. Why can't you even defeat one person? Xiaobai, the power of the parasitic technique is not enough." Zhang Xuanyu's battle was full of afterimages. While barely resisting the attacks of the half-mermaid, he responded, "Don't be so particular about sharpening. The more you fight, the greater the benefits." Quang said, "Get me more semi-divine weapons. Now, we don't have enough supreme-grade spirit artifacts. They can easily be broken by others." 100 minutes passed in a flash. The advanced sea demon realm half-mermaid tried to escape twice, but was blown back by Han Fei's punch. Han Fei sneered. I'm giving you face by using you to practice. Don't take advantage of me. You, she almost cried. Aren't these human beings too strong? They are only junior hidden fishers, but they are already so strong. How dare they use me to sharpen their weapons? Especially the manipulator, he had a lot of means. From time to time, various spiritual plants emerged from his body, some absorbing spiritual energy, some poisonous, and some drilling into his flesh and blood. See God strike. She launched a desperate attack. A phantom descended, and a terrifying force slapped like a tide. Divine turtle shield. Clang, Lurin Kwang was blasted back 2 or 3 steps and rushed up again. This scene dumbfounded Yushi. Did he even take it head-on? Han Fei, on the other hand, felt that it was only natural. Lu Rinquang, who had used the majestic mystic spell, couldn't even take this blow? Then how could he be a prodigy? However, while Han Fei was watching the show, he suddenly felt that a powerful aura was approaching. With this, Han Fei found that power was condensing more than 80 kilometers away. A moment later, a spider monster, nearly 100 meters long, appeared. Immediately, Han Fei's face changed and he immediately shouted, Zhang Xuanyu, Xiaobai, and the battle. A strong enemy is coming. Hearing what Han Fei said, the 3 of them frowned. A strong enemy that could make Han Fei nervous was definitely not something these half-mermaids could compare with. Roar! Blade burial art. Lu Rin Kwang went crazy, and 100 huge knife shadows fell from the sky. At the same time, 7 or 8 kinds of spiritual plants suddenly emerged from Yushi's body. His flesh and blood were drying up and being used as soil for the growth of spiritual plants. Zhang Xuanyu shouted. Majestic mystic spell, and in the next second, momentary time appeared and pierced the half-mermaid. Puchi, Lurin Kwang had also been beheaded. Han Fei immediately sent a large amount of spiritual energy to the 3 of them, and Lurin Kwang and Zhang Xuanyu took out an energy fruit at the same time and stuffed it into their mouths. This kind of tempering battle consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, a strong enemy was coming, so they had to replenish their energy. Luo Xiaobai asked, Who is it? Han Fei shook his head. It's not a human. It should be a soul eater like a big spider. However, it has spider horns and even human hand bones. It's 100 meters long like a hill. Wow. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Fei, are you sure we can beat this thing? Lurin Kwang was also stunned. Fei, isn't this a bit too strong? Luo Xiaobai didn't say anything and had already begun to summon a large number of gray vines. Within hundreds of meters, a large number of gray vines emerged from the ground, and some were entwining with each other, condensing into large vines. Han Fei said, I'll go and have a look. If it's impossible, just run away. Swish! Han Fei rushed out and quickly flew towards the big spider. Along the way, some small soul eaters appeared, but they were smashed by Han Fei with a few punches. Han Fei didn't even have time to take the pure soul beads. After a while, when Han Fei was less than 100 meters away from the big spider, he was horrified. He was not frightened by the strength of the opponent, but by its appearance. Looking at it face to face, he could feel the disgust of this monster more than he could perceive it. The mouth of the big spider was more like the mouth of a centipede. On its torso, there were more than 30 hand bones. Its head and abdomen were covered with scary red eyes, especially its big belly, which seemed to be oozing pus and disgusting sticky liquid was dripping out. In his eyes, information emerged. Name Soul Eater, introduction, in the land of ghosts full of killing. The death aura condenses and does not dissipate. The souls of creatures gradually give birth to consciousness and devour each other. Soul Eater beasts of various shapes are formed due to forced devouring. Soul Eater beasts condense a solid body and like to eat souls and flesh. Soul Eaters may have a variety of combat characteristics, each different. Level 61 quality Undead Creature contains immortal energy greater than 46,895 points, collectible immortal energy. Pure Soul Bead absorbable as soon as he saw the information. Han Fei felt that the surrounding seawater became viscous. There were countless soul threads trying to buckle him. The invincible fist mark broke out, forcibly blasted through the soul threads, and Han Fei ran back. While running, Han Fei said to the spider via voice transmission, "This is not a soul eater, but a soul eater beast. It's at the sea spirit level and can attack the soul." Han Fei frowned. Soul eater beasts could break through to the sea spirit level, which meant that outsiders couldn't break through to the law enforcer level. But the death aura here was strong, so they were not affected. Swish, swish, swish. Soul threads emerged from the void and shot directly at Han Fei. They were so fast that Han Fei had to use the flash ability from time to time. With a flip of his hand, gravity descended, and the spider soul eater beast suddenly became unstable and fell to the ground. However, it immediately got up and crawled quickly. Han Fei frowned. Should I let Luo Xiaobai and the others face a sea spirit level creature? If everyone had to stay in the sea area for a long time, they would encounter more than one soul eater beast in the future. It was very necessary to familiarize themselves with and understand the fighting methods of the soul eater beast in advance. Immediately, Han Fei said via voice transmission, "Xiaobai, I've lured over. The three of you help from the side and stay away from me. I'll kill it myself. Xiaobai, remember to pay attention to the details of the battle of the soul eater beast." Hearing Han Fei's words, Luo Xiaobai immediately said to Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang, "Retreat in 3 directions. Han Fei will lead this battle." As a team that had long been very compatible with each other, they had absolute trust in each other at this time. Since Han Fei didn't allow them to participate, he naturally had his reasons. Otherwise, according to Han Fei's personality, there was a 99% chance that he would just watch the 3 of them fight to the death over there, and he would be eating sea melon seeds by the side. After a while, when Zhang Xuanyu and the other 2 saw the big spider, they all felt their scalps go numb. Lu Renquang's face trembled. Isn't this a bit too disgusting? Why is the ancient battlefield full of these things? Gulp. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed and said, "No wonder Han Fei didn't let us attack. This son of a B*T, it's not easy to fight." Luo Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, "Zhang Xuanyu, activate all your secret methods and assist from the side. Attack its eyes all over its body. Lu Renquang, try to see if the torrents of knives and swords are effective. If it doesn't work, use the torrents of knives and swords to attract its attention and create enough opportunities for Han Fei to attack." Understood. The 3 of them retreated at least 2,000 meters. Han Fei flashed all the way and led the big spider into a large area of gray vines. At the same time, he took out a mint leaf, stuffed it into his mouth, and shouted in a low voice, "Fuse!" When the Yin-Yang Divine eyes appeared, Han Fei's reaction speed increased again. His purpose was not to kill this soul eater quickly, but to understand the fighting characteristics of the soul eater beast, so that Luo Xiaobai could analyze more information. Therefore, Han Fei did not use the needleless lines or the sacrificing punch, but only used the infinity water to crazily crush those soul threads. He bombarded them with the art of invincibility. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, dozens of golden fist marks blasted out. As a result, the human hand bone hanging on the big spider was detached and blocked the art of invincibility. However, how strong was the art of invincibility for Han Fei, who had used the Overlord's technique? In this case, even ordinary peak-level hidden fissures could be smashed with one blow, let alone these bone dregs. Crack, crack, crack! In the blink of an eye, half of the hand bones were shattered. Han Fei's figure flickered, and the second round of golden fist marks smashed all the hand bones. Among them, 7 or 8 golden fist marks fell on the big spider, blasting a few bloody holes. Luo Xiaobai immediately said, "Its defense is not strong. Parasitize!" In an instant, a large area of vines and thorny blades of grass emerged from the big spider's body. Puff! Zhang Xuanyu burst a big eyeball with a flash of time. Lu Rinquang roared wildly, and the torrents of knives and swords poured directly into the big spider's body through the hole that was smashed. Roar! The big spider's body rose up and directly cast a power similar to soul explosion in front of Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Rinquang, and Han Fei. Rumble. Puff! 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 They were all bleeding from the 7 apertures of their heads. Even Zhang Xuanyu was no exception. Lu Rinquang vomited blood. Luo Xiaobai's face changed drastically. Lu Rinquang stepped back. Han Fei's soul power should not be weaker than this big spider, but he was also bleeding from the 7 apertures of his head. However, he didn't care. The golden fist marks were about to attack the eyeballs of this big guy. However, the eyes all over the big spider suddenly glowed red. Han Fei's face changed immediately, and he shouted, "Everyone retreat!"